You can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, how are you doing today? There are no wrong answers. We're coming out of a Capricorn new moon that felt an awful lot like an eclipse. We're going through Jupiter still in retrograde with Uranus in retrograde and Taurus, which can create a lot of hypersensitivity, particularly in relationality to the pathwork of one's own energetic progress. It is stymied energy. It can feel like a lot of those frustrations coming up. We've got Neptune and Saturn that are right on the meridian moving into Aries. So potentially a lot of feelings from the past potentially resurfacing right now. This is just your daily reminder. The watchword right now is equilibrium, okay? Make sure that you are navigating situations with a proper proportionality of energetic effort, because I want to describe that this energy right now, it can really get under your skin. We've got a lot of this, like it's working through a lot of like confusing energy. And I also, because like I want to point out too, this like little cluster of planets between Venus, Mercury, and Mars, like all jammed up together, again, crossing into Aquarius as we've entered into Aquarius season, that's not making things easy either. Because one of the things that we see there is, and I want to describe this, one of the things we've been recognizing or working through, particularly with this combination force of Jupiter in retrograde with Uranus, is often feeling the space of wanting to kind of push through or push forward on things, right? It often creates that energetic frustration by which you just kind of want to rush ahead upon something. But being able to effectively take situations and circumstances with a sense of pacing, with proportionality, not getting ahead of the self, is often the space by which we're able to stay centered within oneself. And it's also working through the understanding of what it means to move towards the sense of being perfected. And that's one thing that I think is really beautiful right now that we're seeing that's opening up in relationality to some of these world relationships that are coming together. It's the conversation of the fact that in order to become perfected, you need to get rid of the idea or aspiration of being energetically perfect, right? This is what we often identify, because that modality of understanding that perfect is not a state of being, it's a cardinal direction, then we're always effectively working towards it. So one of the things, and that's why I said like that, this is what we're seeing in relationality to that work in terms of the word equilibrium coming through, because often, and this is what I want to stress about this, and I would not be surprised if you're experiencing this. There's nothing worse than experiencing another's projections as you are in the process of trying to find equilibrium. But guess what? That's often what we experience, right? Because that sense of trying to find the energetic balance, and this is why we always build into the proportionality as it relates to our own projections upon things. Finding that point is often the space by which we give each other the benefit of the doubt. And the reason that that's effectively coming through right now is that is a lot of the work that we see that's happening for a lot of those world relationships. Now, the world relationships are the relationships that have effectively been the relationship lessons that have effectively been occurring between the time of that Capricorn new moon energy that we just experienced up until the present. And it's a combination of the last two relationship cycles. Now, what were the last two relationship cycles that we saw? We see those were the moon relationships and the temperance relationships. So what did we see with the moon relationships? The prioritization is the knowing of the self, right? That allows for the refinement of the relationship, that the more that we're able to identify our own self, it helps us recognize where the work goes, right? Being very precise in relationality to being able to make working into that fine tuning of an energetic relationship cycle. The temperance relationships are the relationships that we're working through the lesson that everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. So we see even now that for a lot of these world relationships that are coming together, it's a combination of those two energetic cycles. The understanding that when we are centered within ourselves, right, we find that point of energetic balance. It also allows us to effectively work towards the perfecting of the self. And that's what's beautiful about it. We work towards inner balance so that we can perfect the world that is outside of the self, right? That ability of being able to understand that that is the energy that we effectively give forth towards things. So we see that this could either be two different modalities that are occurring right now for energy that's working through these lessons. This is either doing a lot of work in relationality to finding and identifying, like coming to understand the self, feeling energetically centered in self, and then also working into the space of building outwards from that point of healthy centering. We also see that these could be relationships that are starting to come together right now that are very much in the space of being able to recognize and identify the gift of energetic adaptability, right? The small effort that pays back in big ways, because it's the understanding. And I want to tell you that some of these relationships that are starting to come together right now, I wanted they're very granular, right? There's a lot of that experience that we see that could be the conversation that is effectively the articulation of, like, and I keep on hearing, they're almost very self-invested in the space by which they're very eager to talk or to speak upon the self. But it's the modality by which they're able to speak upon the self that's almost allowing the context of being able to recognize or identify what it is that they're seeking to give forth in partnership. So there, but I have to describe, and I want to even tell you right now, like the hard part with some of that Uranus in Taurus energy, right? Like feeling a little bit of that retrograde is almost working through the modality of or experience of the energetic anxiety that we feel in relationality to how it is that we're trying to articulate upon the heart space. So there's a little bit of that back and forth that we're seeing there, but it's a lot of the back and forth that feels like it's in the best way possible. It's like I want to describe it as energy that even in conversation, they're trying to seek and identify healthy equilibrium. We also see right now that there are the relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now, and these are effectively the moon relationships. And what are we seeing for a lot of those moon relationships? Those moon relationships were effectively coming together between the time of the Capricorn new moon that we just experienced up until moving into the modality of the Uranus that was stationing direct that was happening over the sun over this fall. So we have that path work that's happening there as well. Now, for a lot of those energies that are working through those modalities or experiences, there's a lot. I want to define this as the fact that these relationships have been going through a lot of rockiness. The ability for those relationships to come together during the period that we saw them coming together was not easy, because they were coming together effectively during a retrograde season. And what were we identifying that was happening with a lot of that work? The demarcation point of potentially going through experiences that felt very coincidental experiences that felt very, very similar to past shared trauma, working through those modalities or experiences, but not allowing, right? Not allowing that experience to effectively build them back into like past work, right? Being able to find that sense of energetic steadiness as they continue forward. We see that a lot of those energies right now are finally building into the context by which they feel like they may be able to come into a point of easement, right? Finally having the opportunity of things to effectively reach a point of steadiness that's allowing them to be able to energetically get to know one another. But it's not easy. And I wouldn't even say, like, for a lot of that energy right now, this could be feeling like a very highly sentimental time, because the one thing that we identify, particularly when we have Neptune and Saturn that is pushing back into Aries now that they're out of retrograde, is working through the odd, like that's basically the ability to identify, right, the past that you're moving away from versus the changes that you're effectively articulating forth upon. So it's a lot of that work that we see that's building into the healthy balance. But even in the modality by which we recognize that there's that healthy balance, they're coming to understand, or they're coming to learn more about one another. Now, this brings us to this brings us to a lot of those, and those were effectively the moon relationships. Now, the temperance relationships, I want to stress right now, I feel like the temperance relationships are going through experiences right now that may be feeling very much like, I want to say, like the space by which one feels that one's own energetic strength is tested. Why do we see that there's a lot of that modality right now by which those temperance relationships are working through things? We're effectively seeing that for a lot of those temperance relationships, they're potentially going through an expansive time right now. And when we recognize, and this is what we identify, that the recognition point, that expansion is a point of energetic strength, right? That ability to effectively energetically expand upon something is the modality by which they're able to expound upon it. So I feel like for a lot of those relationships, and what's interesting about it is these temperance relationships are deepening in the context of the energetic connection. But the reason that we see that they're deepening in the context of the energetic connection is because they're being able to put their full force of intention towards things. So a lot of that energy that we see that's potentially happening there is working through situations or circumstances by which they experience, and this is what I keep on getting, potentially a lot of trauma, right? A lot of trauma informed narratives rising to the surface, working through experiences by which they feel energetically triggered to a certain degree, but almost in the space by which they feel triggered by their trauma, they're able to effectively move through it with a sense of proportionality. And that's what we can kind of expect. And that's what I kind of like want to like prepare you guys for with a lot of this work that we see with like Mars and Mercury and Venus all in correlation. That identification of working through something that can sometimes feel like it's very frustrating or it's very difficult, but allowing the force of love, right? Like allowing a force of love to move us further in relationality to how we're trying to communicate. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about a very special retreat that I'll be hosting this August. I would like to personally invite you to join me in Italy for a retreat where we will be studying the tarot in the location by which the tarot was first documented to be discovered. Everyone who attends that retreat, which will be happening August 8th through 13th, will not only be receiving one-on-one tarot education with me, but you will also be eligible to receive a complimentary mentorship class where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those like how to utilize that retreat to the best of your advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. You can learn more about that over on my stack, and I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which will be being held on Thursday, February 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the sword court cards of the sword suite. So we're going to be studying all of the court cards together, and we'll also be presenting you guys the history of those cards and the importance of the symbology. I'll also be showing you guys a unique spread that you can take with you and utilize the messages of the sword suite into your own readings. And all you need to do if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program is head over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I always do my best to give you guys an update on everything we've studied thus far, but the material is there for you to receive if you're ready to receive it. It's a great time to join that class program if you want to take a few of those classes. And I also, if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class system, and you'll also have the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to join me there to learn to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live classes, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in article form. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we navigated. I finally want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the first person read for, and the first person on the list each day will always be receiving an extra card in their reading. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. And happy to give insight on anything in private readings, which you can book on my site. Thank you, Joy Alchemy, for those likes. I deeply appreciate you. Good to see you today, Avatar. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful start to your day. Welcome, Andrew and Groovy. Thank you for those likes as well, dear. How are you doing? How are you doing? Can you? And if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. John, how are you doing today? Welcome, Gina and Paula. How are you doing today, Embu? And welcome, Tiff. Thank you for joining us. Grand Rising, Ella. Beautiful to see you as well. How are you doing today, Nadia? And Avatar, good to see you. Hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Welcome as well, PK. It's been a moment. Hope you're doing well. How are you doing today, Carrie and Krishna and Starlet? Thank you for joining us too. Welcome, Carol and Kiki. Thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, April, for joining us. And welcome as well, Avatar. Thank you for those likes. Always appreciated. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. And you can find, and also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list today, you can also do so. Just let me know the date that you are added to the hold list, and not only the date that you are added to the hold list, and I will be happy to add you back as well. Thank you so much for the likes as well, Tiff. Prior to beginning though, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and then I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the swan. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And as I mentioned, friends, we are about to get started. If you can do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Bear with me one moment as I begin the podcast. Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for Thursday, January 22nd, 2026. We are going to be doing a masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update today, and we are going to be starting right now with the headspace of masculine. I've got the Smith-Waite Centennial deck here. Can I please get 3 cards to clarify? We've got 3 cards coming out now. 3 cards we are beginning with today are the High Priestess in its upright, the 7 of Wands in its reversal, as well as the World card. So let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing here energetically in relationality to this work. One of the things that we identify that's happening right now for a lot of the masculine energy is working into, I just keep on seeing, there's a lot of this energy that is working upon the identification or the personification of, like, I keep on getting, there's an act of internalization that is effectively happening right now for masculine energy. And what's beautiful about that is, and I feel like this is what's really lovely, is I just keep on seeing this. And this is what we talk about in relationality to the ability to effectively recognize the significance and the importance of being able to energetically merge or to work into the space of merging or speaking towards feminine. Because I just keep on getting that as masculine energy works to understand feminine better, right? And I want to describe this, not even the space by which it's a sense of the self, but they're coming into alignment with the characteristic of the energy within the self. They're recognizing and identifying what that point of energetic balance is. And I keep on getting that for a lot of that energy, building into that sense of proportionality, the gift that effectively comes through on that is the observation of energetic empathy, right? And so for a lot of the energy that I see that's working through that, it's building into the architecture of that empathy. But in the space of doing so, it's also the ability to effectively communicate or articulate upon the vulnerability within the self that allows the ability to have the needs met. So I keep on getting that this is like a lot of the, and I want to stress right now what an energetic accomplishment point this is, particularly for the energy that is facilitating or doing this work. Because everything I keep on identifying there has to do with the understanding, right? Like, and I want to describe how heavy this type of work is. We've got Pluto in Aquarius during Aquarius season. And Pluto in Aquarius during Aquarius season can often feel like, I want to describe it as a space by which a lot of the shadow work can come up, right? You know, that's the hard thing that we recognize. And I want to describe this. Like, we need to talk a little bit, and we often see this with like Aquarian cycles. And the thing I love about an Aquarian cycle is I like to describe it as like the universal, like there's something I like to describe in a way, the unconscious is like the universal like junk drawer to a certain extent, right? Like when we have those modalities by which we don't necessarily want to address something, right? It's a space by which we go, I'll just put it back here, right? I'll just put it back here. It'll be fine. Nobody will, like, it won't be a big deal. But that's the thing about it, right? And this is what we often recognize. There's no non-processing. There's absolutely no non-processing in all of experience, because what happens, and in fact, right? In fact, when you put your shadow work into the unconscious, it's the worst place for it to be. Because what happens, like what happens when the shadow work's in the unconscious, right? You don't have energetic control of it, right? It shows up. It shows up out of the blue and it surprises you in the space by which you have to energetically address it. But this is why we do that important work to know ourselves, right? Because when we identify and recognize and we find that point of energetic balance, then we don't see anything within us that we're not ready to energetically address, right? It's the work that we do internally that allows us the ability to be able to navigate things externally. And so I feel like this is potentially like there's a lot of this work that I see that the masculine is working on, and I keep on seeing it's coming through. It's coming through in two different significant ways. The first part that I'm seeing in relationality to the shape or nature of that work is the identification of working through a situation or experience. Like I keep on getting it's the ability of saying that the ability to understand the self is the greatest gift that we bring to partnership. Because when we understand ourselves, we're able to communicate our needs, right? And that easement point, right? The work in terms of building into that context of simplicity is the identification point of allowing for the space by which we are able to see how easy it can be when we're facilitating upon that. So I just keep on getting that that's a lot of the energy of the masculine doing that work while also building into the space of deep energetic empathy in relationality to counterpart connection, right? And this is what's beautiful about it. This is why we never work towards disassociating, understanding that non-attachment is not the same as disassociating. This is why disassociating is just stopping one's ability to feel things. And when you stop one's ability to feel things, you can't heal anything. How can you heal something that you cannot feel? It's impossible. But the ability by which one is able to express it, right? The ability to allow, and I keep on getting the proportionality by which we allow ourselves to feel our emotions articulates the space by which we feel that we don't feel overpowered by them. We feel empowered by them. So this is empowered emotional conversations, right? The ability of being able to articulate and amplify that full force of energetic intention, but it's not easy, is what I keep on seeing. There's something very important, relationality to proportionality. Now, this is bringing us to the feminine headspace. And for feminine headspace right now, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego deck. Can I get 3 cards for feminine, please? We've got here the 6 of Cups in its upright. I like to see that. We also have here the Ace of Pentacles in its upright. And we also have the 6 of Swords in its upright. So what are we seeing in relationality? There's a lot of 6 energy that we're identifying in the headspace of feminine right now. And I like to describe 6 energy is working into the context of harmony, right? And here's the thing about finding harmony. When you're trying to build into like the space of identifying harmony, it's the work by which one is able to effectively articulate and navigate with a sense of proportionality, right? Harmony is effectively a balancing act, right? It's working through the state or the space by which we feel that sense of finding that proportionality. And so I feel like for a lot of the feminine energy, working into the context by which they're able to identify and recognize healthy balance. This is, again, a lot of the same work that we see that is building into the state of being able to articulate and define what one, I keep on hearing like the modality of identifying that emotions, right? Emotions don't necessarily fix things, but emotions, when we recognize that we hold our emotions, because in the communicating of the emotions, we're able to build into pathwork of discernment, right? And that's important because I keep on getting a very nuanced message that's coming through right now for feminine energy, which is the understanding, right? That when we're working towards understanding our emotions, as long as our emotions make sense, right? This is the key factor to it. It's not the space that all emotions mean this, like have the same meaning, because the emotions that make sense have directions connected to them, They are the logic-based emotions. And our work, right? This is why emotional intelligence, this is what we mean by emotional intelligence. It's doing the work to navigate the emotions that feel worthy, right? The worthy emotions that have reason in order to communicate versus the emotions that we're processing through within. And so that's what I keep on seeing that a lot of the feminine energy is working through, the ability to articulate and communicate the processed emotions that allow for reason, not trying to fix things with the emotions, but applying discernment in relationality to how the emotional concerns are navigated, while simultaneously and similarly doing the work to navigate the emotions that often may come up during Neptune and Saturn energy moving into Aries, which is working through a lot of projections in relationality to how we are energetically perceived as we're working towards a state of balance. While for non-binary energy right now, and we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot right now for the headspace of non-binary energy. Oh, you know what? We're going to have to pull these two cards. I'm not sure if you just saw what happened. I just went to reach for the Aquarian Tarot deck, and there were two Smith-Waite cards that just clung to the deck. So we're definitely gonna read these. Okay, this is some unaddressed stuff. Okay, so we've got those two cards there, and can I get one more, please, for the headspace of non-binary? Oh, two more cards for non-binary. There's a lot going on for non-binary right now. Correction, there are four cards. There are four cards for the headspace of non-binary energy right now, and two of them are Smith-Waite. Oh my gosh, and two of them are Aquarian. Can I get clarification? Yeah, we've got the King of Wands in its upright. Got the the Tower card in its reversal. Oh my goodness. The Death card in its reversal. And the Queen of Wands in its reversal. I can't make this stuff up. This is like classes in session kind of energy here. You know, this is like, I gotta tell you, this is like the continuation on why, like, I just want to describe, I need to point out, and I just need to stress this right now. Okay, if you are a tarot nerd, then please look at today's spread, because if you see the four cards right now that are in the non-binary, like in the non-binary headspace, it's somebody's got to do it. You know what I mean? And I feel like this is the hard part with this energy. It often feels like they're stuck doing the heavy lifting as it relates to like navigating, like I keep on seeing, like navigating and helping to find energetic equilibrium to things, you know? Like I just got to stress this here, and it's like it's an even split when I talk about it. Like I've never seen a more non-binary. I've never seen a more non-binary like reading right now in my life, and I'm just going to show you these cards so you can see them, because I can't make this up. All right, and I need to point out these are the ones, right? These are the ones on the side of the masculine energy. What's on the side of the masculine energy, right? We got the King of Wands in its upright. And we've got the Tower card in its reversal, right? And then we've got in the feminine space, we got the Death card in its reversal, and we've got the Queen of Wands in its reversal. So it's often working into, it's like it's coming into unconsciousness. It's like coming into consciousness. It's not fun, but somebody has to energetically do it, because it's like working into the space of being able to recognize that, and I feel like this is what's happening for a lot of that energy. It's just recognizing that you will be doing everything in your energetic power to try to bring balance to things. And even in the modality of the space of work, and this is why we talk about finding balance is thankless stuff, right? And the reason by which we identify finding balance is thankless stuff, because it's the modality by which you just recognize or experience the modality of effectively trying to work through things. And even in the modality by which you're trying to reach energetic equilibrium, like you have to understand the context by which you're navigating Like you're working through, you're navigating something ahead of the energetic curve. And even in the modality by which you're trying to navigate something energetically ahead of the curve, someone will articulate upon the fact that they don't necessarily understand what you're doing, right? And this is why it's like, I feel like that, and this is what we talk about the gift of giving each other the energetic benefit of the doubt, right? Because it's the modality or the experience, right? The modality or the experience by which we energetically work through things. I keep on getting the same message that comes across. The modality or the experience by which we work through things is the observation of being able to recognize and understand that the only way that we can work most directly is by having the full span of information, is what I keep on getting. And I often feel like this is what I often feel is the frustration point in relationality to a lot of that energetic information, because I just keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, it's working into the context of what it means to feel energetically unified, right? And when I articulate that this energy, like that, this energy, right, builds into the space by which the space by which we anticipate is the space by which we can energetically prepare, and the modality by which we feel energetically prepared is the articulation. I keep on hearing prepared is cared. Prepared is cared. And why do I keep on hearing prepared is cared? Because prepared is cared is the amplification and articulation of being held in a point of energetic consideration, right? And so the modality by which I see that a lot of that energy works into the space by which they themselves try to facilitate, but also in the modality by which they work, I keep on hearing they work very conscientiously in that same way, is like I just keep on seeing that for a lot of that work, this is often the space by which the energy, right? I almost feel like this energy is in a constant way space of being able to energetically anticipate others' needs, but often feeling like I keep on hearing often feeling the frustration in relationality to that is often the energy that anticipates others' needs does not receive the same energetic force in kind. But I feel like that's what I mean in relationality to that energy kind of just coming into the modality by which they accept that as they continue to effectively try to do the best that they can, and recognizing the fact that they feel like they navigate a lot of projection in the process. Continuing to get clarification, moving back into the space of the masculine, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego. 3 cards, please. 2, 3. We've got here the Justice card in its reversal, the Knight of Cups in its upright, and also the Four of Pentacles in its reversal. So what we're effectively identifying for a lot of that energy is, I keep on seeing masculine energy right now is working into the space of and I feel like there's a lot of this work that we see in relationality to finding, like, I feel like that balance point in relationality to building into like an open heart space. And this is what I keep on seeing, particularly with this Knight of Cups energy. Like the Knight of Cups energy that we see right now, that is sitting in the center of that spread. Like I just keep on seeing that is a lot of the energy that effectively amplifies or articulates upon like the space or power of being able to articulate upon the space by which one is able to communicate from one's own sense of I keep on getting like one's own sense of love is what I keep on seeing. And then I keep on getting like that experience by which we articulate upon the energy of the love that we feel. Like I almost feel like this is a lot of the energy that is getting better at being able to amplify or articulate how to communicate that love, because it's a continuation of the understanding on why it's so important, right? Why the ability to effectively work through, right? the ability to work through our shadow work is so energetically important, right? Because when we recognize, when we recognize and identify our own energetic tendencies, then we are in the space by which we're able to effectively regulate through them, right? It's the ability by which we're able to articulate and define upon something in a way that feels, I keep wondering, like in a way that feels energetically like our love is being shared by those around us. And so everything I keep on seeing with a lot of the masculine working through the heart space here is a continuation of the articulation of moving into a space of being able to amplify that feeling of energetic love. But I keep on seeing it's not just in the communication of the love, but they're doing the work to understand not only how they feel, but working into the reason that we identify that love is an act. And when we say an act, we mean an action, right? Love is an action, right? And I feel like that's what I don't like the hard part is we shouldn't say the act of love, because the act of love is the understanding of working through it's love is action is what I keep on seeing. And the reason that we articulate that love is action is because the amplification, right? If we don't heal from our trauma, right? What often happens when we feel a lot of love for someone and we haven't healed from our trauma, we often bring them back to it, right? Like that's what's so hard about it. Like this is why it's so important not to allow the trauma to inform the way that we love one another. Because all we do if we haven't healed our trauma is go back, right? We go back to the space by which we experience trauma. We go back to the modality by which we feel a lot of intensity of feelings. So the modality by which we articulate that love is an action is the modality by which we apply, right? We not only feel the love that we feel, but we build into empathy in relationality to how that love is being expressed and felt by those that are energetically surrounding the self, right? It is the conscientiousness, and this is why we talk about the fact that you can't be in the space of saying like you hold someone in your heart if you're not doing that active effort in relationality to identifying what another person like how another person experiences that love, because that's the mutable work that we effectively do to recognize both what it is, right, the experiences that we're working to resolve within ourselves, so that we don't bring that trauma out to those that we energetically care about. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, working through those modalities or experiences, like that is a lot of the energy that is being like working. And I will say like that to a certain extent is the advantage point. Like that is a little bit, if there is an advantage point to the fact that we've got Jupiter in Cancer right now in combination with Uranus in Taurus, right? It's the ability to recognize how we self-sabotage, right? It's the ability, and this is what we talk about, like this is what we talk about with self-sabotaging, right? We don't talk about self-sabotaging by it's the modality by which we recognize that we're doing something in a trauma-informed fashion. And that even in the modality by which we work through that, I just keep on seeing that that is the energy that is building into a sense of energetic proportionality. And even as they build into that sense of proportionality, they're working on finding that better sense of balance, the balance within that allows for the balance without. Now, moving back into the heart space of feminine, we're going to be utilizing for the feminine heart space right now, we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. Can I get 3 cards, please? 3 cards coming through. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Whoop. Oh, and I've got it. I got another card coming through, so let me go get it, because we had this is gonna be the vibe today. I went to draw the 3 cards for the feminine heart space, and then boom, right on the floor we've got we've got a Tarot del Fuego card. that dropped out. And the card I need to point out is the Tower card in its reversal. Tower card in its reversal. So we've got the Three of Cups in its upright. We've got the Death card in its upright. And we also have the Page of Swords in its upright. So what are we effectively seeing in the modality of those three cards? And it's interesting too, because, and I need to stress, we've got the Death card right now, and the Tower card in its reversal over the Death card. And so what we effectively identify and recognize for a lot of that energy that we're effectively seeing there, this is a continuation of working into the context of what it means, like what the force of our own love can do. Because everything I keep on seeing right now for feminine energy, and again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, is the observation or the understanding of being able to effectively recognize or identify. And I keep on hearing, like, this is what I keep on seeing in relationality to feminine, perpetually working on building into a healthy sense of energetic equilibrium. Why are we seeing a lot of that feminine energy working very hard on finding that healthy sense of energetic equilibrium? Because the modality or the experience by which we ourselves are able to effectively navigate or articulate, I keep on seeing it's working through, it's working through those energetic frustration points, right? It's working through those modalities or experiences by which we feel a lot of energetic volatility, is what I keep on getting. And what's interesting about that is, for a lot of the energy that's working through that, I just keep on seeing that this is the energy that are effectively, continually and perpetually, is working into the context. And this is what I want to stress about this. Do you notice how right now for the masculine, there's a lot of that work in terms of building into the context of empathy? While for the feminine, I keep on seeing that a lot of that feminine energy, this is building into the space of feeling very energetically grounded or centered in the context of the self, right? That modality by which we recognize or identify that the shape of that work is effectively the energy by which we see that the energy works towards, right? And I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing the same message in the heart space of feminine. Peace is not found. Peace is made, right? Peace is not found. Peace is made, right? If you go looking for peace, you will never find peace, right? If you go looking for peace, like, it's very similar to perfection, right? If you go looking for peace, much like perfection, right? Good luck finding it. But when we work to embody, right? Like when we work to embody energetic peace, then we find peace within. And that is the peace that we're effectively able to articulate and amplify without, right? It is the work that we do that allows the calibration of building into healthy proportionality. And that's what I keep on getting in relationality to the energy working through things, right? It does so not only for themselves, but also for the sake of the energy that is surrounding the self. But it's not easy, because then that's what I keep on getting in relationality to the energy of the feminine articulating upon the emotions. But even in the context of being able to articulate upon the emotions, they're being able to effectively ascertain or recognize what feels energetically proportional. Because I just keep on seeing that that is a lot of the energy that articulates upon those energetic modalities or feelings, so that I keep on hearing, like, not only for the sake of being able to communicate for themselves, but they do so also for the sake of the energy that is surrounding the self. This brings us back towards a non-binary energy heart space right now. Can I please, we're going to utilize 3 cards for the heart space of non-binary, and we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego right now for the non-binary heart space. Can I get 3 cards, please? 3 cards. Oop, makes sense. We've got the 5 of Cups in its upright. We've got the Knight of Wands in its upright. There's so many, like, we've got like almost that we've almost got the full wand suite right now. and the Ace of Wands in its reversal. So there's a lot of this energy that we're seeing right now in the non-binary heart space. And I want to describe this as we see a profound amount of wands in this in this reading right now. And everything I keep on interpreting or seeing here has to do, right? um, you know, it's interesting because for a lot of the energy that is working through those modalities or experiences, I feel like there's almost like there's this energetic heaviness that often occurs in these experiences, and I think that it's beautiful because um, I feel like this is energy that often feels like they're unseen, right? Like I keep on hearing, it's almost like the modality that often articulates that it feels like they themselves, like the work that they do is often not one, like it's not the space by which one effectively, it's not the work that one effectively does for the sense of the self, right? It's understanding, like I think that there's something really beautiful about this because I keep on hearing that um, when one knows what to do, one knows how to become effectively, like I keep on seeing, like it's the ability of understanding what it means to be able to bring something together, right? And when you energetically bring things together, right? I keep on hearing like the energy that often tries to bring things together is working through the space by which it's not the amplification or articulation of something that you effectively, like it's not something that you do in such a way by which you're often in the space by which you do it for the self. But I keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy, they have to work through I keep on hearing they have to work through a very painful paradox, is what I keep on getting. And what is the painful paradox that we see that occurs there, right? In order to allow energetic change to occur, we must embody the change that we hope to see in the world. So even in the context by which we do that, I feel like this is energy that often works through the modality by which they often step up into things, right? They're often, I keep wondering, they're often the first to effectively move through things. But even in the modality by which they are the first to move through things, others misperceive, right? Like misperceive their energetic bravery as selfishness, right? They misperceive that energetic bravery as selfishness. And that's the modality. Like I almost feel like that energy is constantly working through the modality of others' projections because it's often the modality by which the energy says, if you want to change things, you have to be ready to navigate rejection. Because the modality by which you're trying to do something in a way that hasn't been done before is often the space by which others get angry until they energetically understand something, right? Because it's an understanding of working through the pathwork of learning. And the thing about it is when like teachers, like being an energetic teacher is often in the modality of navigating being in a thankless position because it's a modality by which you're trying to articulate something and another person doesn't understand it and says, what are you doing? And saying, just allow me to energetically proceed. And then you feel like a lot of that vibration by which you experience the limitations of another person's understanding. So I feel like this is often the work, right? This is often the work that the energy feels in understanding that in order to stretch the fabric, right? In order to stretch the fabric of an expanded experience, you must often navigate the rejection that others feel in the context of trying to do so and another person misperceiving or misconceiving it. So I feel like for a lot of the energy doing that work, it's building into a healthy counterpart connection that effectively understands and recognizes the full force of intensity in relationality to the pressure that effectively occurs on the energy or the individual that is effectively doing that work to a certain extent. So I just keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, that's what I meant. And remember how we did this reading? Remember how we did this reading the other day and I articulated that the energy is very used to filling their own cup. This is what I mean in terms of the energy saying, it's okay, I'm used to filling my own cup. They don't do things for energetic applause. They do it because they know that it is the right thing to do. And so that's what I keep on seeing Like that's the moment, but like I feel like that's a lot of the energy that often just kind of moves through experiences in that way. Now, continuing to get clarification, we're going to be moving through into the unconscious of the masculine energy right now. And for our purposes, we are going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot spread for the unconscious of masculine. 3 cards, please. We've got here the 2 of Pentacles in its reversal, the 8 of Wands in its reversal, and the Hermit card in its upright. So this is effectively like these cards right here feel very much, it's a continuation on what we are energetically seeing in relationality to working through the context. I keep on hearing like working through the context of the inner child healing that we often identify and recognize in relationality to the work of the self. And everything I keep on seeing for a lot of that masculine energy is, and I want to keep on reaffirming it to those that are working through this, and bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. When we are working through the inner child healing, I'm just going to keep on repeating this. Inner child healing is not about the healing of what something that happened to you when you were a child. Okay? Inner child healing is working through the modality and experience of being able to effectively understand and recognize the work that we do towards the person that we were before we knew everything. The person that we were before we knew everything. Like, and again, and who thought they knew everything, right? And the modality by which we come into understanding of the self is often the modality, and this is what we talk about. Like you cannot, right? You cannot hold oneself energetically accountable in the space that one does not understand something. But the modality that we come into, right? And this is what we talk about as we navigate maturation processes, right? The understanding of allowing oneself to be in the space of inner standing, right? If you are working on inner standing, it's often the context by which you often feel the modality of having to see the past version of self via the experience of the self, right? And it can feel very painful. It can feel very difficult. But I need to point out, if you're experiencing that, congratulations, right? That's wisdom, right? That is the pathwork of wisdom coming towards you. Don't feel energetically burdened if you're coming into the understanding of the self in the correlation of being able to go on an energetic journey. It's the modality or the experience by which we energetically understand things that allow the modality of being able to work through something in such a capacity that we're able to identify and recognize like the shape of that energetic work. So I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy facilitating upon that, it's not easy, right? But it's also building into the space of being able to feel energetically grounded and stable as they continue to articulate upon it. And so for a lot of the energy right now, I just keep on seeing it's like it's working, it's like it's almost working through to a certain extent. And even in the context of working through to a certain extent, it's like I feel like it's heavy and it's grounded, but it's also energetically reaffirming. While for feminine energy right now, bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, can I get 3 cards, please? 3 cards to clarify. We have here, we've got, hold on a moment, and we're going to be utilizing for the unconscious of feminine right now, the Aquarian Tarot. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. We have here the 2 of Cups in its reversal, the Emperor card in its reversal, And we also have the Two of Wands in its reversal. So what are we effectively seeing right now for a lot of that energy? Everything we are identifying here is, and I keep on getting, for a lot of that energy, doing that work, articulating and amplifying upon something in such a way. I keep on getting amplifying upon something in such a way that one is able to build into, like, I feel like there's a lot of this energy that often works towards the space or the desire of, like, the desire to be energetically held is what I keep on hearing, right? And why do I keep on hearing, for a lot of the feminine, the observation in relationality to how one is held? Because it is the modality and the experience by which we recognize and identify um, the space and the proportionality by which we by which we recognize how, and I feel like the like when I'm articulating upon this, for a lot of the feminine, it's the modality by which we work through when we are in the context of holding others. We often feel like we ourselves are not being held, right? And so I feel like that's what a lot of the feminine is working on navigating or working through that experience, right? Because when we are energetically, when we're working towards facilitating upon things, we often don't feel energetically held. But I keep on getting that for a lot of the feminine energy, working through those experiences or circumstances, this is the energy that is building into, and this is what I mean. Like, this is what I mean for a lot of that energy that is working better at articulating upon their energetic needs, which is, we cannot, right? One cannot articulate that one is not being energetically held unless one is able to articulate or state upon the needs that we're energetically feeling. So I keep on getting that for a lot of that energy, working into, right? Working into the context of being able to articulate and describe what it means to feminine, to be held, right? What it means to be, like, held is what the feminine is getting better at doing, right? Not being in the space, like I keep wondering, like, not looking, right? And this is what I keep on seeing, right? And this is what I mean for a lot of the feminine energy. It feels like there's two different things that feminine is working on right now. One, feminine is identifying that peace, right? Feminine is identifying that peace is never made, is never found. Peace is made, right? Like, peace is what we do with non-peace, right? Peace is what we do with pieces. Like, we find peace by, like, putting pieces, like that's what I keep on saying, while also and simultaneously articulating that the responsibility of the self, when one is not feeling energetically held, is being able to effectively articulate or amplify what the act of holding feels like, so that one is able to be in the space of having one's own needs met. So I just keep on seeing that that is a lot of the feminine that is effectively working through those modalities or experiences. And it's not easy, right? It's not easy. It's difficult. It's working through a lot of those, like, I keep on hearing, like, this is often the feminine that was working through experiences, that was trying to articulate that. And this is why, like, if this is feminine trying to shed the trauma of feminine that was articulated, that feminine energy, like the modality of feminine is something that does not have any needs, then this is the feminine that's effectively healing in relationality to the feeling of the feminine. I keep on hearing feminine is not a non-entity, right? It's the modality by which, and the modality by which the feminine articulates upon the needs, that helps the feminine find the healthy relationship, because it's a space by which our emotions effectively act as our discernment system to articulate upon the needs that are energetically met, that build into that stable energetic partnership. Now, this brings us to the non-binary energy, and we're going to be utilizing for non-binary energy right now. We've got, I'm going to be utilizing, we'll be utilizing, which deck are we using? We're going to be utilizing the, we're actually going to split it. Like we're going to well, I'm going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot right now. Yeah, I'm going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for non-binary energy. 3 cards, please. 2, 3. Thank you. We've got here the Knight of Cups in its reversal. We've got the Page of Cups in its upright. And we've got the 3 of Wands in its reversal. So what are we energetically seeing there? This is a lot of the energy that I keep on getting this. I mean, the unconscious of the non-binary energy is just working through, like it's just working through the modality or experience of, how do I describe this best? Like it's the energy, it's I feel like it's often the energy that, like I keep on, like it's interesting, I keep on seeing a lot of this energy that builds into the context of, and I need to describe like the full empathy of building into a state of bliss for a lot of this energy that I'm seeing here is the amplification of feeling the energetic joy in seeing others in a state of bliss is what I keep on seeing. There's something really dynamic that I see that happens right now in the unconscious space, which is the identification point of finding energetic bliss in seeing energetic bliss surrounding the self, right? Like I keep on hearing, what is the point of all this bliss if this bliss can't be energetically shared? Is what I keep on. Perfect. As the mic, I hope the mic's still working. As the mic like goes crashing down, right? Like that as the mic goes crashing down. But that's what I effectively see right now. And that's what I keep on getting in a lot of that energy kind of working through something. Because I almost see this energy, like for a lot of that energy, when they articulate upon their bliss, right? They don't internalize the bliss, right? They articulate the experience outside of the self, right? They experience a state, I keep on hearing, a state of bliss is something that you cultivate, right? That allows one to find it within. And I see that this energy, like, and this is what I keep on getting in relationality to the energy often doing things in a way that feels energetically like difficult, because I keep on getting that for a lot of that energy working into the space of trying to cultivate a state of bliss is often the modality by which, right? It's often the modality by which that bliss is effectively misinterpreted, or the modality by which others effectively see one, right? Like, and the energy being like, what are you doing? And someone being like, I'm operating in a state of bliss. And someone being like, wow, you're being really selfish, and being like, no, it's not selfish at all. It's working into the space of trying to create a better energetic experience. But often the only way that one can create a better energetic experience is in the modality by which you work to effectively energetically change something. So it's basically like, I keep on hearing, it's rough. It's like, it's rough out in that bliss state. It's rough on them bliss streets is what I keep on hearing. Because when you're trying to do that, right, often the modality by which others see you with a lot of consideration in terms of trying to do that for everyone, right? And often being energetically misinterpreted in the space of trying to change something, right? Like that's what I keep on seeing, which is like the energy going, it's rough on those bliss streets, you know? It's like it's just the work of understanding. You'll often be, right? You'll often be misperceived as you're doing everything possible to try to create a state of bliss for yourself and everybody energetically around you. But that's why, but here's the thing about it. We don't, like, one doesn't do that, right? One doesn't do that that one doesn't do that for the self. Like it's almost the energy that's kind of given up a long time ago for something being energetically appreciated in that way, is what I keep on seeing, right? So I feel like there's a lot of that energy that works through that, but even in the context by which they work through it, right, it builds into their own sense or their own state of recognizing, right? It's like the bliss, it's like the bliss that's given but rarely found kind of energy. But I want to stress this. I want to stress this to those that are experiencing that. You deserve it too. You know, you deserve it too. Make sure that you're working, make sure that you're giving yourself something back in that context as well. That bottom of the deck right now on across these readings, for masculine right now, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. Actually, yeah, we've got here the Nine of Swords in its upright. And so what are we seeing right now for a lot of that Nine of Swords energy? I feel like a lot of the masculine energy right now, and I keep on seeing this, it's a conversation in relationality to allowing one's emotions to get the better of the self, is all I keep on seeing. Because and this is what we talk about in terms like, and remember when I articulated that it's not just enough to follow one's emotions, right? But the modality by which the modality by which we follow the emotions, and even in the context by which we follow the emotions, we allow for the energetic ability of like working through like the emotions. I just keep on getting the emotions that are amplified or articulated and shared are often the emotions that allow the context of being able to recognize and identify how we ourselves are working through. I keep on hearing like working through an energetic hurdle. And I want to describe this. Your emotions are not a burden, right? For masculine energy that's feeling this. But often I recognize that emotions feel burdensome, right? The ability, right? The ability to communicate through the emotions allow for dreams to come true. It's as easy as that, right? The ability to articulate upon the emotions is literally the stuff that dreams are made of, right? Because a healthy manifestation goal is one that is energetically shared. And our ability to effectively communicate from the space of our emotions allow others the possibility of being able to meet us there, right? And so that determination point in being able to recognize or articulate upon these things, I just keep on seeing that that is a lot of the energy that speaks, right? That is a lot of the energy that speaks up, like that's working through that. And I keep on seeing that for those that are experiencing that, like it's a lot of that conversation that works towards the energetic calibration point, right? It's a lot of the energy that often, and I feel like it's hard, potentially, if this is energy that it was working into, like, I feel like this is a lot of the masculine shedding some kind of false belief that one, in order to facilitate becoming masculine, you had to get rid of those pesky feelings, right? That's not what Stoicism means. Stoicism is the ability, is the ability to feel everything and still find oneself, right? To still find oneself centered in the midst of all of those emotions, right? It's the ability of feeling the energetic emotions of the storm of the self, and yet you find yourself still standing in the midst of it. So I just keep on seeing that that's a lot of the energy of the masculine that is working, right? Like a working into the space of feeling those modalities by which they felt like we begin to heal in the space by which we allow our energetic emotions to effectively carry us away, right? So this is a lot of the energy that is working into that space of healthy centering. While for feminine energy right now, can I please get 3 cards for feminine? I mean, I'm not 3 cards, we're into 3 cards. Bottom of the deck for feminine energy right now. Can I please get a bottom of the deck here? We are going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. Knight of Cups in its reversal. Knight of Cups in its reversal. And so this is, I feel like this is a lot of the feminine, and I need to describe this. This is a lot of the feminine that is working into, I keep wondering, this is a lot of the feminine that is working into the context of energetic, like I keep wondering, working into the context of energetic, like healing. And I keep on seeing the modality, and this is what I keep on getting in terms of a lot of that feminine energy. Feminine energy is moving away from the space of feeling like, I keep on hearing, no more conversations from feminine to try to feel that communicating their feelings fixes things. Feelings are not for fixing things. Feelings are for discerning things, right? And that's often why I keep on seeing that this is the feminine letting go of that context, because I feel like this is feminine healing from past experiences, right? By which feminine was in modalities or experiences by which they felt, right? The sound of your feelings not being honored, right? The sound of your feelings not being honored is the modality by which you express them. And then you feel like you have to go into a lecture as to why they're important, right? Right? And the minute you come into, like, you should never be in the space of having to lecture another person as to why one's feelings are important, so long as, right? So long as the emotions that one is articulating have reasonable directions attached to them, right? That is the work that we do in preparing our emotions to be delivered, right? When we're working to prepare to have our emotions delivered, we look at the emotions and then we attach a direction to them and then we give them to another. And what happens when you prepare your emotions? When you prepare your emotions and you add a little direction to them, you give them to another, and it's a gift, right? Here's a gift. Look at this. I made you this. It's my emotions with a direction attached to them. This is what it is. I know it's a little weird. You might not have seen it before, but it's okay. I put the direction right next to it. Right? It's right there. Just make sure you read the direction on the emotions that I'm giving you, right? And so that ability of doing that, as long as we're doing that, right? The ability of another to recognize and amplify and understand the intrinsic value of an emotion with a healthy direction attached to it is literally the sound of being able to understand finding someone in an enlightened state. Because when you find someone in an enlightened state and you give someone the emotions with a direction attached to them, it's a space by which another person says, oh my goodness, thank you for making this as easy as possible. Thank you for helping, right? We can skip all of that time. We can stop wasting. We can stop wasting all the time that we are in this experience trying to figure out what's going on in each other's heads and actually do something energetically productive, is what I keep on seeing. So that's a lot of the energy that's working into the space of understanding and utilizing that modality. And in the space by which they're doing that, just allowing the context, right? Healing from rejection. Because if you're giving someone the most amazing gift you can give someone in the whole world is an emotion with a healthy direction attached to it, right? The ability to effectively perceive how another person receives that tells you, right? It tells you all you need to know in relationality to where you feel held versus where you feel that you need to move away from, right? And it's not easy, right? We do the work and sometimes it's not perfect. Right? Sometimes there can be misunderstandings. Sometimes there can be difficulty. But that ability of being able to articulate and amplify, this is the energy, right? This is the energy that is both articulating upon that and also in the context of doing so is building into the state of getting, but first, right? But first we got to talk about it, right? We got to get over, like, here's the thing again, healthy relationship should not require counterpart to be mind reader, which is why we build into the space of being able to articulate what those needs are. While for a non-binary energy right now, bottom of the deck, we've got the Emperor card in its reversal. And I feel like with a lot of that energy, the Emperor card in its reversal is often working through, I just keep on hearing in the non-binary energy space, a healthy manifestation is one that is mutually shared. A healthy manifestation is one that's mutually shared. And I think that it's just a recognition that there are uncaring people, right? There are uncaring people in this world. There are uncaring people in this world that build into the space. But when someone is uncaring, then it doesn't allow the context of trying to build a better world, but working into the context of feeling the vibration of just moving. Like there's nothing worse than being in the modality of moving a manifestation goal forward just to see if one can, is what I keep on seeing, right? I want to describe like that. I mean, I feel like that's the level of trauma that I see a lot of non-binary energy recognizing. Like that is the sound of cruelty, right? If you want to understand what the sound of cruelty is, the sound of cruelty is literally somebody having a manifestation goal that has no other purpose than to see the energetic result of the manifestation goal, right? It's the modality by which, and the nature of another, right? And this is why this energy holds so much deep empathy when they see others navigating that space. The lack of feeling within, right? The lack of having a healthy manifestation that creates the void space within, by which one doesn't have a manifestation point beyond the space of just creating manifestations because one feels like the sense of trying to articulate or define what would occur given the fact that one does so, is literally the sound of someone like moving through an energetic cycle, because it's the identification point of recycling, right? It's recycling into the space that it doesn't go anywhere. It just creates like it's like the unhealthiest thing in any way, shape, or form, right? But when one is in a space like when and that's what's so difficult for some of that non-binary energy, feeling, right? Feeling the energetic pain, right? Having to navigate the energetic pain of seeing someone in a state of energetic cruelty, right? The void space by which another person has no manifestation goal, right? Not building into the context of operating from that state of bliss, right? Being able to recognize the beauty of being able to do something in a world by which all possibilities can become like, this is the stuff that dreams are made of, like the space by which we can do anything, right? But instead, like the space by which we can do anything, but rather like the energy that works upon feeling the sense of something to do, right? Like this is the energy that often works through the space of having navigated situations that are articulated upon that level of degree of cruelty, but not letting it change or inform their own energetic direction, right? Like this is what we talk about when often like you have to have strong eyes to see a cruel world, because the modality or the experience by which not only do you see cruelty, but you feel the profound empathy for the person that must be in such a state by which they would effectively persist upon doing it, right? This is a lot of the energy that works through the modality by which they observe it, but they work very tenaciously in not letting it or allowing it to energetically change the nature of their own heart space. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. And I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you would like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, and I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates in relationality to other things that are occurring right now. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone who has attended our recent class on the world card. Our next class will be held on Thursday, February 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the sword suite of the cord cards. And if you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. And you will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best in giving you guys an update on everything we've experienced prior to beginning the next class, but the materials are there for you to receive as you're ready to receive them. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. And you'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also would like to invite you to my Stack to learn more about a very special retreat program that I'll be hosting this August 8th through 13th. I would like to invite you to join me in Italy, where we will be studying the tarot in the birthplace by which the tarot was first documented to be discovered. Everyone who attends that retreat will be receiving one-on-one classwork training with me, as well as receiving a complimentary mentorship class. And if you sign up this month, you will be able to access a $200 discount on that retreat program. You can find out more about that over in the tree that has links in it in my bio or over on my Stack. I also want to let you guys know that over on my Stack, you'll find my Mystic Meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been studying energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we experienced. Also, if you would like to participate, I'd like to invite you, if you'd like to take any, if you'd like to have personal readings with me, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. As I said, I take a very limited number of these students, as each individual is personally customized for that person's spiritual practices and journey. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy now to offer dream interpretation packages, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Avatar. You got our highest gifter today. You will also be the first person read for. And if anybody else wants to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We are also at 8.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. Thank you so much, Erica and Avatar. Thank you so much for those likes. I appreciate you. How are you doing today, Joy? And Ella, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you as well, Vincent, for the heart. And thank you as well, I had a tough dream this morning. Well, Jennifer, we do dream interpretations. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. All right. Oh, really? Oh, my goodness. Well, again, happy to read for you on that if you'd like to get on the list. Oh, thank you for the compliment on my tattoos. And Jada, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you for the compliment. Hi there, Jada. I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. Excellent. And Capricorn, 7th house stellium. Yeah, that's a lot of, I mean, but that's like management, like that's like management material. You know what I mean? Like I would not be surprised if you're like, if you're not doing something in the capacity of some kind of management role. Yeah, reverse, yes. Yeah, he can. Absolutely. My belly's heaving right now. I do so much. Hi there, Mike. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I share that opinion though, you know? And Alyssa, thank you for getting on the list. You will be the first person, you'll be the second person read for today. If anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. Kier, the list is open. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the third person read for. These are donation-based readings. So if you would like to, all you need to do is send the donation and I'll be happy to read for you. It's 3 cards for $29 for non-subscribers. Thank you for the help, Avatar. I appreciate you. Hi, Bridget. How are you doing today? You got the extra 1 card, my dear. Good to see you today. And Fancy, thank you for the follows and the heart knees. Excellent. We were just reading on the heart space when you came in, Avatar. Crystal, thank you for the follow. Melissa, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Ella. And thank you as well, Rihanna. Pushing up against egos to help them and breaking down walls. Thank you for confirmation, dear. A return to innocence. I like that. Rory, thank you for the follow as well. Still working. Literal mic drop. Absolutely. Bliss Streets, profound. And thank you, dear. The list is open, Glam, if you'd like to get on it. I've got you, dear. Perfect. We are going to get started right now. If you would like to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 9.3K likes right now. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. First person we are reading for today is going to be Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like that general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And for anybody else who is interested in getting on the list for today, we do here highest priority messages from Spirit, dream interpretation. Hold on, it's hard for me to type and talk. Highest priority messages from Spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life that you would like more information on, you can post that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. Also, I want to point out that we also, for anyone who's joining us across the other apps today, you can also get on the list via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. Good to see you today, Bethany, over on the place where we keep the videos. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Second call right now for Avatar. I've got you, dear. And before we continue, we're going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the air dragon. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm just looking right now. Got you. All right, 1 moment, please. All right, we're doing an Akashic reading right now in reference. We've got this. And thank you. We're going to be doing 4 cards, please, for Avatar, Akashic. And friends, make sure to give Akashic some love. 4 cards, please. Whoa. And yes. And 1 more, please. Thank you. And 1 more. So, hmm. I feel like there's something really, I feel like there's something really important here in relationality to, I want to describe this. Like everything I'm reading right now in this Kashik is saying that you're here to break generational cycles. My condolences. No, I don't mean that, and I mean the reason I'm saying it that way is because um, working through the space of breaking unhealthy generational cycles can often feel it's a very isolating place, is what I keep on seeing, right? Um, because and I need to describe this, right? Like the space by which you look at something and you articulate upon the fact that something feels, I keep on hearing something feels extraneous, something feels energetically unnecessary, right? And I keep on hearing, and what's beautiful about that is I feel like in a way I see a lot of the work in your Akashic of having to be a healthy sieve. And why do I keep on hearing having to be a healthy sieve? Because a healthy sieve can see what feels like it is necessary and essential to carry forth, right? Something that feels like it's like having, I feel like it's you having to go through some kind of sorting process, if you will, in being able to look at situations and circumstances to say this is important. No, this is, we hold on to this. This is something that is energetically significant, right? This is something that is valuable. This is something that is intrinsic, right? Versus you saying this is extraneous and unnecessary. And I feel like that is the hard part about a lot of the work that I see that you have to do, because I keep on getting, and I feel like I almost feel like you've got a guide in spirit saying like you know what you got to do, right? Like and what's hard about that is like the reason I keep on hearing like you know what you got to do is that when we're working through the modality of being able to recognize and understand what is unnecessary versus what is intrinsic is often the space by which you have to, I feel like I see you having to go through a lot of that work by which you often have to dispel something. But even in the process of dispelling it, I almost see you articulating to another person and saying like I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean? Like you just having to often be the one that has to put their foot down. And the thing about it is, I keep wondering the person that has to put their foot down, you know, like 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 finishes, like comes into the space of energetically completing something in the space by which you say to another person, we're just not doing that anymore. That's ridiculous. I don't know why we were ever doing it, and it's not healthy, is what I keep on seeing, right? And it hurts, right? Because even in the space by which you do that, like I feel like you have to deal, like I almost see you having to deal in the context of others, like of others potentially articulating upon something in such a way by which they're saying, well, like you're ruining it. And I almost see you saying like some things need to be ruined in order to be better, right? Like ruination can sometimes be a celebration because the modality by which, like the modality we often, right, the modality by which we often ruin something is the space by which we say, like, that was never good in the first place. You know what I mean? And I think that there's something there that's painful because it's not everything, you know? It's not everything. Like I see you, like I see you holding on to certain things. And at the same time, like this is what I keep on hearing. I keep on seeing you being like, this is really important, right? And so I feel like that's the hard part because I see you having to navigate a point of juxtaposition, right? And so and I want to point out, right? And I feel like this is the message that's coming through from your guide, right? You're not you're not ruining things if you're helping another person see what's important. I want you to write that down. You're not ruining things if you're helping another person see what's important. Because I keep on hearing like that is the modality by which I almost see you having to facilitate a lot of the work. And I feel like that's why I see you in a way healing. Like I literally see you in the process of healing a generational line to a certain extent. And I keep on getting the modality by which you heal a generational line is the modality or experience by which you're able to articulate, amplify, or recognize an energetic cycle that isn't necessarily positive, right? And almost saying like away with that, like no more of that. That's we're not doing like that, but we're holding on to this is what I keep on seeing. And the hard part about like working through, and I want to describe this, the way by which, like the way by which I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if there are not, and I want you to understand this. You'll get your apology. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like the space by which, and I want to keep on hearing this, like the space by which another person is able to come towards you and say, I'm sorry. Like I can almost see them saying like, I'm sorry I ever doubted the medicine you were trying to put on something, is what I keep on hearing. You know, I almost see a situation by which I can almost hear like, and the thing about it, like I keep on seeing, by the time you hear it, you won't need it, is what I keep on hearing. You know, but also that's the sound of good medicine, is what I keep on getting, right? Like good medicine, like that's the hard part with good medicine, is often good medicine in the modality that we're giving it is not the space by which another person is eager to energetically receive it, but the modality by which another person, I keep on hearing, be prepared, right? Your confirmation, like your confirmation on you being in the right place on your journey is often going to be, and I know it's going to be very, very bittersweet, right? It's going to be bittersweet when you have those moments by which another person says to you, I couldn't see it at the time, but you are absolutely like, I couldn't see it at the time, but you are absolutely right, right? Like the modality by which another person completely distorted something that you were trying to do. And the modality of another person saying, I'm sorry, I energetically doubted you, right? I feel like that, like you're going to have those modalities. You are going to have those moments. They're going to arrive when you no longer need them. But that's how you know they're yours, is what I keep on hearing. They're going to arrive when you no longer need them, but that's how you're going to know they're yours. Because I keep on hearing it's the energy that almost recognizes that you didn't do it, right? You weren't doing it for, like the reason I keep wondering, you're going to receive it when you don't need it. That's how you know they're yours, is it's because the energy is going to say, I know you didn't do that for yourself. I know that you did that for me, right? The observation of the energy, recognizing and identifying you perpetually putting yourself on the line for others. And in that context, potentially even misperceiving you and your intentions every time you had the bravery to step forward in that way, right? It's going to be seen. It's going to be recognized. And I keep on seeing you've got a big spirit team like cheering you on in the bleachers. Like I would not be surprised if you don't get a lot of sign from energy saying like I keep wondering like the signs are hooray, is what I keep on hearing. The signs are hooray. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah. And you know what? You're really brave, right? You're really brave, right? I just keep on hearing the bravery, like the bravery of you having to navigate like situations or circumstances. I keep wondering a lot of this dread energy, right? Like you shouldn't have done that. Like a lot of that, like I hate like that ominous energy, like, you know what I mean? Like a lot of that energy being like, you're gonna regret that, and being like I feel like that, like I was seeing, really, like it's giving me like, man, you're like, like this is, don't worry about it. Like you already know this. I feel like you know this. I think you recognize like I like to point out when you're working, like I just keep on hearing one of your guides saying like, let them navigate threats, is what I keep on hearing, which is like often like I keep on seeing like the energy, like I just keep on hearing spirit. It's funny because I usually hear spirit sees everything, but I keep on hearing spirit hears everything. Spirit hears everything. And and there's something about spirit. Spirit does not like when there's somebody going around trying to put dread in others, man. It's giving me like, it's a lot of I'm rubber, you're glue, kind of like, they do it to themselves. I keep on hearing that whatever, like that is not on you. I keep hearing that's not on you, is what I keep on seeing. Like I'm just pointing that out there. I don't know what I'm like, even in the space, which I'm not even sure what I'm addressing here, but I feel like you know what I'm talking about. I keep on hearing that's not you. That is not something that you facilitated. Like I just keep on hearing like somebody bringing something upon themselves. And I keep hearing if it break, like you can't, like if it breaks your heart in the process, like I keep on hearing like, remember, you are not the arbitrator. I know how hard this is. You are not the arbitrator of others' choices, is what I keep on seeing. I know how painful that is, but you cannot, it is not your responsibility to navigate or arbitrate others' choices, especially if you're bearing witness to them, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much, Avatar, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we're reading for today is Alyssa. Alyssa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. It's also a lovely time to get on the list today. If you want to get on the list, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 20 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 10.3 likes today. And when we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And that includes anyone who's joining us across the other apps as well. Bear with me a moment, just reading over the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you, Jeanne, for all of those beautiful roses. I appreciate you. Yeah, you can scream that for sure. No, I'm seeing it. It's thankless stuff, but I keep on hearing like I keep on hearing like it's thankless stuff, but the universe is celebrating it. I know you hate it. I know it hurts. That's how you know it's working. And that's what I keep wondering, that's how you know you're doing the right thing. You understand that, right? If you hate it and it hurts to do it, it's probably the right thing to do. You know? Yeah, I do. Thank you as well, Nicola. It has been that big. I can see it. You've already repaired it, so it's so true. Thank you as well, dear. This is my life. It's nice to hear. You're welcome. Thank you. You know, I see energy like that. I mean, like we owe you things. Spirit does it. He does hear everything. It took a decade, but I got there. You're so welcome, dear. I hope they're happy tears. I do. I got you. Alyssa. Okay. I've got you here. Let me pin you up. Before we continue, first of all, I'm sending you so much support right now. You're not alone, okay? You're absolutely not alone. Let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. What do we have here? Guys, please make sure to, I'm going to pin up Alyssa here. Make sure to give Alyssa some love. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it is an absolutely beautiful time to get on the list. You will be the next person read for. One moment, please. Okay. All right. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Highest priority message. Navigating this energy. I've got a message from that person coming through in the form of a song. If you message me directly on the disco, I'll send you the name of the song. Is what I'm getting. Yeah. All right. And one more, please. Thank you. I mean, it's confirmation of what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, they were a heavyweight. You know? I think it's funny because everybody talked about them being sweet. There was nothing sweet about that person. It was all like, but I want to describe it was all love. And that's what I keep on seeing, you know? Like there's something about that energy. Like there's something about that energy that you're talking towards. They would put somebody in line super quick is what I keep on seeing. They did not put up with, they didn't put, like, I think it's interesting because everyone was like, oh, so sweet, and being like that is like that is I like to describe like that is sweet. It's like walk softly kind of energy is what I keep on getting, right? Like there's like I keep on getting like, and I want to describe this. Like this is the energy that like they were like, and this is I like to point this out. Like this is what you talk about with like this when I'm reading for a spiritual warrior, and I like to point out like this is what you talk about with sweet people, right? Like don't mistake the kindness for weakness. Don't confuse, like always happens, man. Don't confuse the kindness for weakness, right? Because I can see that energy, right? Like I can see that energy change like that energy was like sweet until they didn't have to be sweet is what I keep on seeing. They didn't put up with it, right? Like I keep on hearing walk softly, but don't put up with it is what I keep on hearing. And the reason I keep on hearing walk softly is because they made it really clear to somebody, right? I feel like they had to be really, really clear to someone saying, if you don't walk right, I'm walking away. I'm not sticking around for, I keep hearing somebody saying like, I'm not sticking around for any kind of funny business is what I keep on seeing, you know? And I feel like there's like a lot of this, like there's a lot of this, like I keep on hearing someone go act right. Like act right. They'd be like really sweet until someone would be like, act right. Is what I keep on getting, right? Really, really sweet until you weren't acting right. And then suddenly they weren't sweet anymore. It's like, what happened? What happened to that sweet person? I don't know. What happened to them? You want to tell? I keep on seeing the energy go, I don't know. What happened to them? You want to go into it? You want to go into it? I can see it. You know? I mean, like, this is what I mean about it. So, like, yeah, I mean, like, it's a continuation of that, you know? But I like to point this out, like, and I keep on hearing, like, it's funny because I'm getting a lot of messages from them, you know? They'd rather not. You know, I keep on hearing someone say, I don't want to act like this either. Is what I keep on hearing them say. I keep on hearing someone say, I don't want to act like this either. Right? Like, that's what I keep on hearing. I don't want to act like this either, but here we are. And this is what I now have to act like, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Because I keep on hearing somebody yelling at someone going, act right, because I don't want to act like this. Is what I keep on hearing. Act right, act right, so I don't have to act like this, is what I keep on getting. Like, you know, like, it's giving me like this little, like, it's giving me the energy of someone who is like literally a sunny day and then like boom, storm cloud energy, right? Like like, like a lot of that. um so I mean, but yeah, yeah, of course you're continuing that work, you know, like they're one of your guides, and it's hard, right? It's hard work. It's not easy. But I also keep on hearing that energy say, if it was easy, it wouldn't be important. You need to write that down. If it was easy, it wouldn't be important. If it was easy, it wouldn't be important. And I keep on getting that the first message, right? The first message that we get from spirit is that we take care of ourselves, right? We take care of ourselves for the benefit of those around us, right? The modality, I keep on hearing, you set the template. And I know it's not easy. It's not easy. So it's not easy stuff setting the template. It's not easy stuff setting the template. Because when you're when you're setting the template, it's the modality by which you have to articulate and say, like, I don't energetically condone this, right? It's often the space by which we have to articulate upon our energetic feelings upon things. And I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing the sound of setting the template is the sound of saying, I don't condone this, which is the modality by which, and I keep on hearing, it's not judgmental in so far as you're able to articulate to another that something that you don't condone has to do with the care, right? Something in relationality to the care by which you're trying to articulate and express to another person how much you care about them. Is, I feel like it's almost a conversation you have to have with someone that starts with, I keep on hearing, the conversation you should be having with someone is not, don't do that. It's, I don't like to see you like this, is what I keep on hearing. The conversation that you need to have with someone is not, stop doing that. It's, I don't like to see you like this, is what I keep on getting. Because that modality, and I feel like it's you having to deal with another person that feels like they're giving in to their despair, right? And here's the thing about it. When we care, right? When we care, there's no room for giving into despair. Write it down. When we care, there's no room for giving into despair. We don't have time for it, right? The modality by which you can just, I keep remembering you having to say to somebody, and I feel like it's interesting because I feel like that energy is saying that. I feel like it's saying it. I mean, you can take breaks, is what I keep on hearing. It's okay to take breaks, right? It's okay to have those moments or opportunities, right? Rest is needed, right? Is what I keep on hearing. Rest is needed, but don't, if you care, there's no time to despair, right? Because the modality, I keep on hearing, the thing with despair is despair is really catchy, is what I keep on getting. Despair is incredibly catchy, right? And that's the thing with despair. One person despairs and suddenly everybody's despairing. Joy is the same. Joy sometimes takes a little bit longer, But that's what I keep on saying. You have to articulate to another person and express to them how important, I keep wondering, the ability of helping another person recognize how important they are, right? Like you have to hit that healthy balance in being able to say, you are important and I can't bear to see you like this. That is the conversation that is energetically needed. And I don't know why, but I feel like they're trying to, I don't know, it feels to me like, I don't know if you've been having dreams about them, but it almost feels like they've been trying to articulate or trying to have like I see them sitting at a table with you, trying to have a conversation to help you communicate something that has been bothering you to another person. And I feel like that is the message that they're effectively articulating, right? Which it feels a little counter oppositional to where I find them, but like I keep wondering, they've been listening to that conversation too, right? They've been listening to a conversation by which you've been trying to get through to someone. And so I feel like that's them trying to give some kind of a modicum of advice in relationality to what that conversation is. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. You know, it's working into the context of it's working. I need to stress this, and I feel like there's something really important to navigate here. Okay, and I'm going to say this like there's something really important. If there's something that we don't have control over, it's okay to get help with it, right? The minute somebody says, I have no control over that, is exactly the sound of someone saying, I need help with it. So if you're having a conversation and another person says, I can't help it, right? Or I can't stop myself. That is exactly the sound of someone saying, I need help outside of the self, is what I keep on seeing, right? That modality. And I keep on hearing, um, like, whatever I'm seeing there, it's not you, it's them, right? Which is, I just keep on seeing, like, I keep wondering, like, positive affirmations right now. Like, I keep wondering, make sure that you're not surrounding someone in the space of articulating your frustration. Reaffirm to them how important they are to you in the context of trying to help them get help with something, right? Like it's saying to someone like, I know you can do this, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, I know you can do this. And I keep wondering, if you can't do it for yourself, do it for the energy around the self, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Darren. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-LIO, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 12.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Thank you so much, Hardy, for those roses. Hope you're doing well. And if anybody is on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list today too, it's also a beautiful time to get on the list as well. Just reading over your comments on that reading. I know I'm on the right path, but I don't like this timeline. I feel like I'm missing years of love. I feel like I'm finishing, yeah, a lot of that karma. I see that there. She came to me in the dream this morning. Oh, and she hugged me. Thank you. Okay, I'm just seeing that now. Thank you for confirmation on what I was seeing. Yeah, I often feel this. They're not alone. You are not alone. I will. I'm a singer, musicians in my family. Well, that would make sense with the blackbird, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, and this energy too. I do great, and then some days it hurts, right? And that's okay, right? And I feel like and I think that one of the things to help with that is, on the good days, write down the things that'll make you feel better for the days that hurt, right? Like write them down, like build the plan on the good days to help you through the bad ones. Yeah, they were special. I see it. No, I can see them. The women in my family are strong and spiritual. She read tarot with a regular card deck. Oh, I'm always so deeply impressed by anyone who can do that. It's such a gift. Yeah, exactly. Just set someone straight on this week. Kindness doesn't equal naivety or weakness. Yeah, that's my Gramps. He was a picture. Oh, I've not seen you in a while. Oh, thank you, Spats. She would love to be here. She's here. Like I feel like I mean like again the dream was trying to articulate. I feel like the dream was trying to articulate to you that that you're not alone, right? Yeah, she helped me to know I should get a divorce and not live with them. Oh, sending you support on that. And she had to stay. I got to leave, but I'm lonely now. Happy to read for you on that. Lovely. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. No, it's true. If it wasn't easy, it wouldn't be important. This is important work you're doing. And Kitty, thank you for the follow. That's how I feel. The template is hard for me. Yes, but I need to point this out. Like, I want you right now working very tenaciously on writing down what that ideal counterpart relationship would look like. You know, I feel like the conversation, like, and the thing I keep on hearing is with the energy like that, like not unless they've healed. Like, and I keep on seeing like it's saying to me like the modality of saying to another person. Remember when I said, right? I can't condone watching you hurt yourself. Like that is the only context by which another person could enter back into your experience. If they're still in the context by which they're hurting themselves, right? The modality by which you can't be present to see them do so. Like that's what I keep on seeing in relationality, the healing that's needed there. Yeah. I want to be about me. I want to heal and move on. But I need to stress this. You are. There's a lot of this energy that I see is coming up. And a lot of that energy coming up is potentially as a result of Neptune and Saturn moving into Aries, right? So a lot of like those past experiences rising back to the surface, let it fortify you, right? Let it energetically fortify you in relationality to building that strong, healthy sense of direction. Yeah. I mean, it says like I feel like there is some deep karmic work there, but I keep on getting like the deep karmic work I'm identifying. I feel like in a way you're healing. You're healing that karma. And I want to point this out. You recognize that you're healing the karma and everything that you articulated in terms of you saying the completion of their cycle. That's why they were hugging you in the dream space, because they're saying thank you, because you're doing the thing that they themselves couldn't bring themselves to do, but they knew was needed, is what I keep on seeing. Yes, it is a deep reading day. Oh my gosh, you can absolutely. I used one, but I still have one. I believe you do too, dear. 1 second. Let me just add you to the list. All right. I'm just finding you here. One moment, Bridget. Yep, you had the highest gifter on Tuesday, so I'll be happy to add you back to the list right now. All right. All right, and thank you so much. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be, you, what's going on with your throat chakra, Bridget? You'll be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Thank you for sharing the live, Wild Guy. Hold on a minute. I'm really trying to finish this path I start. You have already, I feel like the space by which they're hugging you is articulating that you've already done it. I want you to understand that. Like the reason that I see them hugging you is because they feel like you've healed a karmic cycle, is what I keep on getting. Oh, really? Heather, excellent. Are they going to be posted anywhere? I can't wait to see them. Good to see you, dear. Excellent. I don't know. Okay, I got you, Bridget. All right, we're going to continue right now. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Absolutely. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the goose. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Hi there, Yaz. How are you doing today? Good to see you. And also just a reminder to anybody joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Okay. And thank you, Doctor, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And I'm pinning up Bridget here. We're doing an Akashic. I mean, in relationality to like the throat chakra, the reason I'm seeing it's interesting because it almost articulates to me, and I feel like you've had to have these moments or modalities, which is it's recognizing and identifying. I keep on hearing and it's funny too, because it feels like it's coming through strongly from one of your angelic guides, which is saying if somebody, I feel like it's interesting because it's working through and it's saying to me, it's working through the identification point in recognizing what one works to change versus what one energetically accepts. And something that I'm seeing there, something that I'm seeing there is it's building into the context. I just keep on seeing of how do I describe this? When somebody, okay, it's the difference between the inner child healing that we do, right? There is some path work of education by which we recognize that when I keep wondering, it's obtuse or intentional is what I keep on seeing, obtuse or intentional, which is effectively the energetic arrival point towards recognizing and identifying the state or nature by which, and I keep on hearing, when somebody is small, right, the modality by which they're they don't intentionally do something, it is helping another person become energetically conscientious of it, is what I keep on seeing, right? That is the work that we energetically do in relationality to helping another person through something, right? Um, and that's what I keep on getting in relationality to some work that you're building into right now, as it relates to discernment. And a lot of that, like I almost keep on hearing, like, I don't know why, like, I don't know who this is that I'm reading into, but I don't know if this is a conversation that you used to have with someone by which another person would articulate and state and say, what you do. Like I keep on hearing, like, and this is what you and your counterpart are going to be good at, right? Like I almost hear you and them saying, like, what you do reflects back on me, is what I keep on seeing. There's a lot of that, like there's a lot of that energetic back and forth that I'm articulating and seeing there. And so that modality of, like, I keep on seeing like a little bit of that energy that works, like I keep on hearing, like, works very specifically towards understanding. Like I keep on hearing like a lot of that back and forth. Like this is why I see some of that throat chakra blockage that you're talking about. Because um, like when we when we are working towards the best intentions, right? Like all we can do, like I just keep on hearing this from one of your guides, all we can do is work towards best intentions and observe if others are doing something, like are doing something in the same way, is what I keep on seeing, right? And I feel like this is really important because it almost feels to me like it's giving me the vibration of someone like coming towards you, like someone coming towards you in a way by which, like, it feels like a lot of that, like it almost feels like somebody, like, hey, doesn't that bother you? Like somebody like articulating the space that they feel energetically bothered about something, like perpetually. And like I almost see you saying to someone, like, have you spoken to them about it? Like I keep on hearing like those are the words, that those are all the words that you need to say in relationality to a circumstance or situation wherein it feels like, I keep on hearing, like, wherein it feels like another person keeps coming towards you in a way of being like, and I don't know why I keep on hearing like I keep on hearing somebody being like, doesn't it bother you? Doesn't it bother you? And being like, have you spoken to them about it? Have you spoken to them about it? You know, like it's a lot of that. Like I feel like it's a lot of that energy that feels like it's like working through frustration. But I almost feel like I keep on seeing, like, that's what I mean in terms of like, I keep on hearing like the space by which we work to clear our throat chakra. And I feel like I see you in this space, which is like the space by which you say, like, I keep on hearing you say, like, if you don't have something nice to say, like if you don't, if like anything you articulate is something that you would be just as eager to say to the person, right? Like that's what I keep on hearing. Like that's a message that I always like I pointed out. Like the guides are like, anything we say, we should be just as eager to say to another person, which is the modality. That's when we articulate that our words are blessed, which says, like, yeah, I mean, this is how I feel about it. And this is a conversation I wish I could have with them about it. But some conversations we can't have, especially if someone is in a space by which like we're not in the right state to have that conversation with them, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like that's really important because I don't know why, but I feel like there's, like I told you, because you came here, right? You've got this like problem solver energy. right? You've got like this, like problem solver right there kind of energy. And so what often happens with problem solver energy, people often come to you with your problems and being like, I'm having this problem. And so I feel like that it almost requires you to have to be in that space of perpetual deflecting to a certain extent, which is the space by which you say to another person, you know, like, have you tried doing this? But basically having to say respectfully, you're not there, right? And that's what's hard with like problem solver energy. It's a modality which you say like respectfully, you have other purpose beyond solving others' problems for them, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like the modality by which you have to articulate to another person and say that we don't facilitate solving problems for each other. We give each other, right? We give each other what we need to operate at our best capacity. And so I feel like that's really important because I see you, like that's what I mean about that throat chakra, right? Like it's giving me a lot of that energy, you know? Yeah, and it's funny too because I just keep on getting the same message, which is like I almost feel like there's like this energy around you, and I keep on hearing like this energy around you being like, "Would you like to drink some bitter tea with us?" And you being like, "No, I don't talk like that about others." You know, like it almost feels like gossipy energy, and it's hard, right? Because often, like, and the thing about it is like I keep on hearing sometimes I keep on hearing sometimes you're not invited to the tea party because you don't drink bitter tea. I need you to write that down, right? Sometimes you're not invited to the tea party because you don't drink bitter tea because you're not in a space by which you like to sit around talking negatively about everybody, is what I keep on seeing, you know? So I feel like that in itself, I feel like that in itself is something important that's coming through in relationality to like some of that energetic blockage. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, there it is. Like again, the King of Swords energy, you know, like it's saying to me, like it does. Like I feel like in a way, uh, I feel like in a way it's like it's hard because I almost feel like, I almost feel like there's something about that I see you working through. Like, and I feel like I keep on hearing you almost like trying to have a conversation with someone and saying like the way that we solve problems is not talking around the problem, right? Like the way we solve problems is not talking around the problem. It's directly like avoidant energy will talk circles around a problem instead of directly addressing it, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like that's the hard part because I keep on getting, right? Like I'm getting like a little bit of this energy here, um, by which like, and I like to point this out, like it's the same message coming through, which is like, again, if you feel energetically excluded from something, right? I just keep on hearing, and it's funny because it's coming from a guide. If you feel energetically excluded from a conversation, right? That could be, I keep on hearing, it could be a tea party because you don't drink bitter tea, which is the understanding. And often like energy be like, oh, it's no fun because they don't like to drink bitter tea because I'm like, I keep on hearing that's because you have better tea. You've got integrity. I'm going to say that again, right? That's where the blockage is coming from, right? If you feel like there is energy that is avoiding you, right? You're not, if you're feeling excluded from a bitter tea party, it's because you have integrity. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 14.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. And the next person on the list for today is Yasmin. Thank you, dear. I'm just taking a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, dear. Good to see you. Oh, I hope you feel better, Rainbow. Make sure that you're hydrating. Welcome, Stacy. Interesting. Yeah, I've learned that my good intentions are not shared by all. But look, like better to observe and to recognize and allow that to fortify you going forward. I still choose to have the best intentions regardless of others. Hi there, Kath. We're doing personals right now, dear. Thank you for the help, Rainbow. Discernment is something that I'm navigating with others. Yeah, I'm learning people around me don't have my best intentions at heart. But I keep on hearing, like, better to know, right? Better to know so you can grow. I'm not sure what you're speaking upon, Shazia. I'm afraid I don't know what you're speaking about. Yeah, we moved away from people who look to me to problem solve for them. Yeah, I'm now like, well, that stinks. I'm sorry to hear that. Exactly. And it stinks if you're not careful. Yeah, and I get the ick when people gossip. Yeah, I'm a very direct person. I have a problem, I'll call it out. Exactly. I'm okay with being excluded from that kind of tea. You're welcome, dear. And that's what I keep on seeing. Like that's where the blocked throat chakra is, right? Like I keep on seeing the modality of like I keep on hearing it's like like it's like working. I keep wondering it's like working through a healthy blockage to a certain extent is what I keep on seeing, right? Because I need to point out that's not like that's you saying to another person, I don't want to talk about your blocked throat chakra. Because when you gossip, right, when you energetically gossip, you're basically operating from a blocked throat chakra, which is a space by which you're talking about another person, but you won't articulate the things that would be required to change in relationality to what you're experiencing, right? Like that it's like whose blocked throat chakra is it? Is what I keep on getting. Yeah. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. The next person on the list for today is Yasmin. Oop, oh, all your cards just came out. So very quickly, and there's a lot of them. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, hold on, we're going to take a minute before we put these out. You will be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Yasmin, before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the eagle. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. And just reading over, Yaz. Yeah, I was going to say you could give me a few minutes to clarify my question, but I guess the universe already knows where there is what it wants to say. Well, if you need a few minutes, I can move to 1 cards, but I've got your if you want to form the question, but I've got the cards here. So that's why I didn't pull the cards out yet, because the cards don't the cards the cards will answer the question. So if you want if you just let me know if you need a few minutes, I can hold the cards too. And I'm just waiting. Yeah. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. Also, if you are on the hold list who would like to be added to the list, All you need to do is send the you can just let me know the date that you were added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back to the list as well. So Yaz, just let me know if we're doing a general or if these cards are addressing a specific question. And if you responded, I didn't see the question come through, so it might be getting filtered. Oh, thank you, dear. I got you. All right, bear with me, guys. So I've got a message coming through that I have to read. And just a reminder, if you would like to get on the list, if you have information, if you have a in a moment. If you have a dream that you would like interpreted or past life that you would like more information on, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only Disco channel in the appropriate channel. Okay, bear with me a moment. And I'm just pulling up your question now. One second. One sec. Hold on a minute. Okay. All right, where were we? All right, just pulling up your question here, dear. Okay. Is this inside T or outside T? Okay, I got it. Hold on, I'm just reading over. All right. Got it. Okay. Yep. All right. Can I please get, that's why there's so many cards around it. Yeah. So it's a question in relationality to some work that you're looking to do. Now, I just need to stress this. We never put our autonomy in the cards in relationality to a decision. But I feel like I'm already getting a strong vibration and relationality to helping you through this question. And I keep on hearing it's not especially because there's so many cards here, it's almost articulating and saying it's not a decision, it's a continuation. It's not a decision, it's a continuation, is what I keep on seeing. And the reason I'm picking up upon that is I keep on hearing it's like it's working through different. It's like I keep on hearing it would be comparative to swimming through different schools, is what I keep on getting. Which is I feel like there's two different cycles by which I see you swimming through two different schools, which is the modality by which you like it's like learning how to do it one way or learning how to do it another. And that effectively, it's the combination of both forces that allows you to effectively articulate upon the way that you yourself would prefer to do something, is what I keep on hearing. And I keep on getting to, like, don't be surprised, right? Like, if, don't be surprised if there's something in that, don't be surprised if there's something in that those two different methodologies that feels counter oppositional. is what I keep on hearing. Because I just keep on getting, like, I keep on getting the same, I'm getting the same strong message. And what's interesting about it is it has a lot to do. Remember how we were articulating that you've got a lot of, I don't know if you have a lot of Capricorn placements, because Capricorn placements is very artisanal energy. When we articulate upon artisanal, right? And this is a continuation of the readings that we've done previous to this. Our artisan energy is able to pull from a lot of different things to create something very energetically special, is what I keep on hearing, right? The ability of coming into artisanal energy is being able to understand like a variety of different things, to be able to do something that nobody has energetically done before. So I want you to kind of think about that. And because I feel like, again, I keep on hearing like the guides are almost articulating and saying there is no decision, there's just yes. And I keep on hearing your confirmation is if, the confirmation is if you recognize that there seems to be a synchrony point in relationality to one thing ending and another beginning, right? That's also like I keep on hearing like it's effectively the continuation that allows something like that is effectively going to kind of help you. Because I just keep on hearing somebody say, I'm trained in different schools, right? Which is the modality of saying like, I know how to do it this way, I know how to do it that way, and this is the way I do it, is what I keep on hearing. It's continuing. It's like it's continuing in working through like, and I like to point this out, artisans freestyle, right? Like artisans freestyle. They take they learn under things so that they can so that they can do something above and beyond what's energetically come before them. And so I feel like there's a lot, like I feel like there's a lot of that work there that I'm seeing, and specifically and particularly like I'll tell you right now because I've already got the shape of it. The first one feels very forward, is what I get. Like the first aspect feels a lot like there's a lot of that energy there that I'm seeing. There's a lot of that energy there that I'm seeing in relationality to, I keep on hearing like in relationality to working through something, but even in the context, I keep on hearing even in the context of working through something, um, that like that adaptability point that I'm seeing, you know, it feels very much like it feels very much more strong, right? Like it feels more like utilizing the space by which one energetically applies like one's own force of intention. The other one feels more like recall, is what I keep on seeing. Like the other one feels more like energetic recall. It feels more like that way. Like one feels like this way, one feels like that way. But that's what I mean in terms of you being able to effectively, I just keep on hearing multiple different practices frame our perspective, right? Multiple different practices frame our perspective because it's a modality by which you say, like, I've seen it this way, I've seen it that way. This is the way that works best for me. So that's everything I keep on seeing in relationality to you being able to identify or describe like the unification of those points. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially I keep on hearing be ready to have notes, right? Be ready to have notes, which is effectively looking at something and saying like, there's something I would change there or something I would change here, right? Like it's saying to me like there's something about that that's building into one's own sense of like like, I don't know why is there locationality involved in these two, is what I'm seeing, you know? Like it feels like, I need to stress this. Um, you're never late to your own journey. So if you feel like you're going to be energetically overwhelmed, like just articulate and identify what feels like it'll be energetically possible, is what I keep on seeing. Because there's something, I feel like there's something important. There's something important about that work that I almost feel like there's something about travel or seeing something. Like, I don't know if you're tied to a location right now, but something about you seeing a locationality that feels like it's inspiring is what I keep on hearing, you know? Like, I feel like it's almost there's something important there in terms of like, I would not be surprised if you travel somewhere and it feels familiar, is what I'm seeing, because it almost feels like one of the locations might be connected to a past life, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Hi there, Stacy. How are you doing today? Yep, sending you support on that journey, Bridget. Yeah, excellent. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a very direct person. I see that. You're welcome, dear. No, absolutely. No problem, Yaz. Got it. Yeah, understood. Thank you so much for having that reading, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person, the list is now open. So if you'd like to get on the list, you can go ahead and do so. You'll be the first person read for. And we're also going to open up to 1 card readings for subscribers. So if you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, hit that subscribe button in the bottom of the screen, and you'll also be available to have a reading. We're also at 14.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. I got you. Ella, highest good, please. Card. We've got the 8 of Swords and it's upright. So I feel like this is a continuation of building into some kind of conversation in relationality to working through, I keep on getting like working through what feels energetically sustainable. There's something I'm identifying there that almost feels um, like it's difficult because it's saying to me that that's something that you're basically trying to communicate to another person is identifying or recognizing um, like it's working. Like I feel like this is some energy that sees you having to navigate through a lot of others like energetic restrictions in relationality to how they feel about things. And so I feel like a lot of that is recognizing, I don't know why, but it's like it's almost articulating to you that that for like they've got your back in some way, right? Like they're feeling that sense, of you being able to articulate and define something in such a way that you're not allowing another person's anxiety to get the better of you, is what I keep on seeing. It's like a continuation of you being able to um, try to heal. Remember when I said like it's a continuation of you trying to work to heal something, but in a way by which you're not letting another person's anxiety get the better of you, is all I keep on seeing. Yeah, bottom of the deck, especially with this Empress energy, like the Empress energy in its reversal is almost, I keep wondering, it's the conversation of being able to identify and recognize what feels like it's energetically working. And there's something important I see that you yourself are working to effectively speak upon. And something about that work I keep on identifying is recognizing your own energetic value in things. Like, I feel like there's something really important there about trying to communicate to another, not only how you feel about something, but why something is energetically important to you. So make sure that you're having conversations, or make sure that you're doing that work, because something I just keep on seeing in relationality to that feels like it feels expansive, but not only expansive, but I feel like it's almost you being able to like really speak upon something in a way that you're able to articulate to another why it's important. Yeah, bottom of the, like, the animal spirit guide card is the frog card there. And like the thing with the thing with the frog energy, like the thing I keep on seeing with the frog energy is working through, like, it's working through another person's like disproportional view about something, is what I keep on seeing. Like, you're helping another person be able to see the reasonableness of something that they're articulating upon, you know? Like, it's having to, like, it's trying to help guide someone through logic-based approaches as it relates to their own like mindset or their own like method of thought, if that helps. Excellent. You're welcome, dear. All right. And one moment, please. You're so welcome, Yaz. Bridget, two cards. Ooh, we've got the Queen of Cups here with the Hangman in its upright. So I feel like there's something, I feel like there's something really, like, there's something important here that I'm seeing. Um, in relationality, like I keep on hearing, like in relationality to um, identifying or working through something in a way by which I keep hearing, like working through something in a way by which you have to like you have to like find some kind of like steadying ground, is what I keep on seeing. And there's something really, I feel like there's something really important there, because everything that I'm identifying is building into the context of being able to communicate upon your feelings about something. And I feel like the thing I keep on seeing there that's very strong is under, like I keep on hearing your feelings, like your feelings are energetically valid. And the modality by which you can express your feelings to another tells you everything you need to know as to whether they hold your feelings with the same level or degree of respect that you yourself do. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, again, we've got the Empress card, bottom of the deck, which is to say, like, when we're working through the realm of our feelings, being able to articulate or identify what's working versus what's not working helps us build into, like, it helps us build into the shape of being able to convey something that feels like it's very energetically important to us, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that's like I almost feel like there's something there by which you yourself are helping another person like through their emotions, like again, like with the hawk energy, like when we care about each other, we're able to amplify or articulate upon the amount of feeling that we have that is proportional to situations or experiences, right? Being able to navigate something in a way by which we're able to articulate or define what we're doing in the best way possible. So something I keep on seeing there is like I almost have this energy that feels like I've got this energy that almost feels like you kind of like doing that extra energetic lifting or defining to another person. Like I'm not like I almost see you saying like I'm not like it has more to do with that space of like gossiping, being like don't gossip, do right, like have the conversation, speak upon it so that something can be better from than where you found it, is what I keep on hearing. Highest priority for, oh, good to see you, Fig. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Highest priority advice, please, for Fig. We've got two cards here, and this is the Ace of Cups in its upright with the Page of Wands in its reversal. So this feels like, I feel like this is speaking about, this is like working through or speaking about something in a way by which we're able to articulate or identify um, how we feel about things, right? And I keep on seeing that, like, you're doing, like, I feel like this is you doing a lot of that work in terms of helping another energetically feel, feel like, like, I feel like this is you, like, almost saying to another person, like, I understand the energetic pressure you're under, or I understand, or I build empathy for it. So everything I keep on seeing there is like you continuing to give someone confidence in feeling like the energetic sense of being secure and stable in their choices. I keep on getting it's like you building into that expansive space by which you're able to energetically like help another person. I feel like it's almost you helping another person get confident about talking about themselves more, you know? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, it's important. Like the blank one, it's not bragging. It's not bragging if it's true, is all I keep on hearing. It's not bragging if it's true, which almost speaks towards the fact of saying if it's energetically important, it's important. It doesn't create the space by which you have to feel the rigor on something in order to effectively express why it's energetically important to us, is what I keep on seeing. I got you, dear. And Melissa, thank you for the follow. I got you, Yaz. One card, please. We've got the Wheel of Fortune in its upright. And so the Wheel of Fortune in its upright, effectively, like I feel like it effectively helps us through navigating or recognizing situations or experiences by which we're able to apply a a certain level of proportionality to a circumstance or situation, you know? It's almost speaking to me about, like, it almost is speaking to me about some kind of work that you're doing in helping another person see um, the energetic logic by which you're approaching something. And I keep on getting, in a way, like, it feels like a continuation in terms of your own ability to communicate upon something. Like that's what I was getting in relationality to you becoming like a holistic approach by which you're able to see a bunch of different things to be able to identify what feels like it's right for you, is what I keep on seeing, particularly and especially with the Hermit card there. Animal spirit, please. Yeah, especially with that frog energy. That frog keeps on coming on. A lot of that frog energy that I'm seeing right now is like it's saying to me like they're saying like pay attention to leapfrogging, right, which is good, like coming from one thing into another, which is allowing, like, especially if there's like if there's synchrony there, like the ability to like move from one thing to a next, that allows you to like build an understanding upon something. Yeah. Ella, yes, I'm working on this, building into solid foundation all around. You're so welcome, dear. Oh, sending you support, Bridget. Absolutely, Avatar. And Melissa, thank you for the follow. I know, sending you support, dear. Oh, Avatar, I've got you. One card, highest priority, please. We've got the King of Pentacles in its upright. So the King of Pentacles in its upright effectively talks to us about building into the context of something that feels energetically secure or grounded. I keep on identifying there's something about this work that is almost allowing you the context of building into a sense of adaptability or a sense of purpose. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Knight of Wands in its upright. You know, the Knight of Wands in its upright here is, I feel like there's something important in relationality to being able to amplify or articulate like what one is trying to do in the best way possible, or the best way that one is able to communicate it. Like, healthy energy is not going to keep you guessing. Healthy energy is going to help you identify and recognize the shape of that work, or how one is able to do something in the best way possible. So make sure that you're having communications upon your feelings to be able to articulate like what that energetic plan is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide card. Yeah, we've got the dog energy. So this is talking to me about like building into the sense, like building into the space of something that feels stable and grounded. Like healthy energy will be supportive of your decisions and also will be able to add to them, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you, Doctor, for the follow. Excellent. Chrissy, one card regarding connection, please. One card, please. We've got the Eight of Cups in its reversal. So what we're effectively identifying here is potentially going through, I feel like it's the conversation of not, like, I feel like I see somebody that, like, I see somebody that's like working really hard not to get in their own way, which is like somebody that's potentially recognizing some kind of negative habit or something that they're trying to like resolve or work through within. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Empress card in its reversal, right? Like the blind spots within, like the blind spots within us often hurt those that they care about us the most, is what I keep on seeing. So I almost see somebody that's like working through, like identifying or recognizing their blind spots, specifically because they're being able to articulate or amplify, right? Like the space of building into healthy partnership. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the salmon, right? It's understanding that that love is an action, right? Love isn't allowing the space by which our anxiety gets the better of us, but the space by which we're able to express or articulate just how much something means to us. Ava, one card on how you can work on your spiritual abilities at this time. Love that question. We've got the Hierophant in its reversal. So the thing I'm seeing with the Hierophant in its reversal is potentially, I feel like this is building into the pathwork of, I feel like this is you kind of like taking unorthodox approaches in relationality to finding what works for you, right? It's very similar. Like it's very similar to what I saw for Yaz, which is recognizing or understanding the power of the eclectic, which is the ability to be able to like recognize or pull in a different bunch of different things to identify a practice that works best for you, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, this Empress energy doesn't want to leave the bottom of the deck, which is saying like, you know, I think that this is remember how you saw like the space by which you were in a space, like remember when you were in a space and there was energy that kept on saying like, you're doing it wrong, you're not doing it the way I showed you, you're doing it wrong, you're not doing it the way I showed you, right? Like that is the energy that's helping you recognize the power of the eclectic, because you have to recognize that that energy itself found an eclectic way of doing something. Is what I keep on seeing. Do you see the power of the eclectic, right? Do you see the power of the eclectic? You're doing it wrong. This is how I do it. You're doing it wrong. This is how I do it. You're doing it wrong. This is how I do it, right? The power of the eclectic is all around you. Animal spirit guide. Yep, the frog energy coming through, right? So the modality or the ability of effectively working through, right? In order to arrive to the eclectic, you have to become a nerd to other energies' sense of rejection, right? The modality by which one is able to recognize or articulate upon the space of someone saying, "You're not doing it the way I showed you," and being like, "Oh, right." You learn. I keep learning. We learn how others we're patient in the process of learning how others do something so that we can arrive into the understanding of how we ourselves energetically like find our path work, is what I keep on hearing. I got you one card from the guides, please, for glam. Ooh, we've got the 9 of Pentacles in its upright. So this is talking about, I feel like this is you kind of working through the space of feeling like energetically stable, or finding a stabilization point in terms of identifying and recognizing like what one is trying to do in a better fashion, or building into the context of being able to articulate or define what feels energetically comfortable, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with the 9 of like the 9 of Swords in its reversal is effectively like articulating or speaking upon something in such a way that I keep on hearing like the personal that becomes universal, is what I keep on getting. Like the personal that becomes universal. So making sure that you're doing something in a way that it's not just the fact that you would do it that way, but the way that you would aspire others to do it, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide, please. You guys have seen me shuffling this deck. The frog keeps on coming up. So what do we see with a lot of that, like a lot of that frog energy? It's okay to ask for something as long as it's energetically reciprocal, right? As long as it's something that you yourself would eagerly give, it's okay to effectively ask for it, is what I keep on seeing. Alexandra, one card highest priority, please, for Alexandra. Healthy counterpart is not going to leave you trying to guess what's going on, right? Healthy counterpart is just going to express how they feel to you, is what I keep on seeing. It's going to be a continuation of being able to articulate like the full shape of feeling about something. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with this Ace of Swords energy. Like none of this, like, I don't know what this, like, none of this like lingering energy is what I keep on seeing, right? Like healthy energy communicates how they feel. Healthy energy does not, like, I keep wondering, like, healthy energy does not peer in without saying something, is all I keep on identifying. I don't know why that's coming through. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the earth dragon, like it's feeling like it's giving a little bit of that, like, I don't know, I keep on hearing like no peeking. You know what I mean? Like it's not like it's giving me, like, it's giving me the type of energy of someone's like, like someone that peeks in to say like, I want you to know that I'm looking at you, to know that I'm still thinking about you, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Like the modality by which we don't let somebody try to articulate peeking to facilitate a conversation. If they want to communicate, they'll effectively say it, is what I keep on getting. Okay, no problem, Yaz. It will be up over in the place where we keep the videos if you missed any part of it. And we are open right now for full readings if anybody else wants to get on the list. Oh, thank you, Ivana, for the compliment. We're doing one cards right now, dear, but the list is still open if you want to get on the list. You're welcome, Chrissy. And Evelina, thank you for joining us. I got you, Ivana. And thank you so much, Kat, for the follow. Hi, Julia. One card, please, on dream advice. Yeah, I know your dream space is wild right now. Hold on a minute. 1 second. I missed. Hold on a minute. I got to go back up. 1 second. Oh, okay. I'm seeing it there. Yep. I'll back up. Let me just pull Ivana's card, please. Sometimes I have to point this out. Sometimes when I'm reading, like the comments jump. So, oh, I'm so glad, Alexandra. Thank you for confirming that was on point. Dream guidance or dream stuff. Okay. On dream advice. Yeah, it feels like it's working into the space of like it's saying in a way like interpretation required. Make sure that you're writing down as much of it as you as much of it as you can, because it's almost saying, like, I like to point out, like, it's almost getting uh like download incoming, which is like the space by which you say, like, you have it and being like, I don't know what it means, but you will, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck. Oh my God, this Empress card, bottom of the deck right now. I have been shuffling these cards. The Empress card, like the Empress in the bottom of the deck, effectively speaks to us. Like, I feel like, right, like, I think that one of the things I'm seeing in the dream space right now is working into the context of the higher self. And there's something important in relationality to the context of the higher self in terms of articulating or navigating something that you're trying to do, but not just the way that you're trying to do it, the way that, like, it's saying to me, like, it's showing you, like, it's helping to guide you through an energetic blind spot. It's trying to show you an energetic blind spot of the past, is what I keep on seeing, right? And so I feel like there's something about those dreams. If it feels like it's confusing, I almost feel like it's the energy being like, I want to show you some of my perspective on something. Because I keep on hearing you're seeing things from the perspective of the higher self in the dream space. And often, yeah, can I get a animal spirit? I already know what the animal spirit, yeah. The animal spirit guide card, yeah. Often when we see things from the perspective of the higher self, it's the energy that says, I want to show you comparatively about how I look at that and how you went through something, is what I keep on seeing. Hi, Julia, and thank you for those heart maze. I'm scrolling back up, Nikki. Good to see you today. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, okay, good to know. You're welcome, dear. Yes. Thank you. And Kat, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Julia. Okay. You're welcome, dear. What did I miss? Okay. One card, highest and best, please. Okay. All right. We've got the Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. So I feel like there's something important that I see that you're doing in relationality to like identifying and recognizing the space by which you're working through something in such a way that one is able to effectively like navigate and find that sense of healthy balance. Like, I feel like I know that you're going through something right now by which you're feeling very energetically discombobulated, but they're basically articulating that, like that sense of energetic balance, right? Like allowing that sense of like this is you going through a transitional space, and so your own ability to effectively articulate and define upon, like, it's a continuation of the reading that we saw yesterday, which is to say, like finding the energetic good or working towards the best good, right? I almost feel like there's a lot of that space by which I see you navigating things with a sense of proportionality. Yeah, and I keep on hearing, what's good, I keep on hearing is good is proportional, not contortional, is what I keep on hearing. Proportional and not contortional. And what do I mean by proportional and not contortional? It's the space by which we articulate, like when we're in a good space, we're able to do something in a way that feels like it's energetically proportionate. But we don't, I keep wondering, like, we don't feel the need to energetically bend over backwards in the space of trying to do something effectively. So I feel like this is you, kind of coming into that state of balance, because it's the identification point in terms of like looking at another person, I keep on hearing like the space by which another person tries to distort something, right, will often bring us in, like I keep wondering, often the space by which we do something proportional and another person tries to distort it, like that serves as that moment or that space of energetic clarity, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with that frog energy. Every time I draw, like that's what I mean. Like, I need to point this out. When someone is projecting, right? The way we can usually notice or recognize when another person is projecting on us is the space by which the moment we say, it seems like I can't do anything right, right? Ding, ding, ding. That's a trauma space, right? I just keep on hearing this. Like when you hear the words, it seems like I can't do anything right. I just keep on hearing, all you should hear is ding, ding, ding goes the trauma space, is what I keep on hearing. Ding, ding, ding goes the trauma space, because it's a space of understanding. Like that is the song that you will hear when you're navigating a trauma space. Everything that you do that doesn't feel like it is the correct thing. Mm-hmm. Yep. Got it. Oh, hold on a moment. Excellent. Got it. Highest priority for Nikki. I got you, dear. One card for Nikki, please. So we've got the strength card and it's upright. So I feel like that's working through or articulating upon something in a way by which you're able to effectively energetically express upon something, but not just the space by which you're able to express upon it, but the ability to find some kind of point of strength in relationality to being able to articulate how much something means to you, is what I keep on seeing, right? It almost feels like the space by which one is able to articulate or amplify having one's own feelings heard. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, particularly and especially with the Hermit card in its upright, I just keep on seeing some kind of situation or circumstance by which, like, especially, I feel like this is a continuation of like the space by which, like, even in your dream space, right? Like one of the things that we recognize that was occurring in a great capacity in the dream space was potentially working through situations and circumstances by which you're able to effectively identify or define upon your needs, so that you yourself are able to like move into the space of being able to articulate upon those needs appropriately. But I feel like, and I keep on getting, like, even in the space by which you're working through that right now, like, I keep on hearing it's it's working through the active communication that allows for the space by which we're able to arrive at new possibilities. So make sure that you're doing that work to have your feelings heard, so that you're able to effectively articulate upon something in a way that's working through, like, identifying like how to move through something most effectively. Animal spirit guide right now. Yeah, especially with the adder energy, like this is really talking towards situations or circumstances by which we're able to effectively communicate in such a way that we feel we find that point of healthy energetic balance towards, I keep on hearing like not being judgmental towards one another is what I keep on hearing, like not being judgmental towards one another, but giving each other the energetic benefit of the doubt is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much, dear. Absolutely. Ah, you're so welcome, dear. I got you. Excellent. You're so welcome, Julia. Hi there, Flo. Oh, buen compleano. I got you, dear. Can I get one card for Flo, please? We got the Five of Swords and it's upright. So I feel like a lot of the work that we're seeing right now with that Five of Swords is effectively working through situations and circumstances by way of effectively articulating upon our own path of progress. Don't let yourself feel energetically distressed in relationality to others, like feelings about things, right? Like it's almost saying to me like there's something very important there that I'm seeing, specifically and particularly in terms of like not allowing another person to distort some kind of energetic feeling about the past is all I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, particularly with the Two of Wands and it's upright. I feel like this is a continuation of building into healthy communication. And there's something about that healthy communication that we're effectively seeing here that is like, especially and particularly as it relates to building into stable plans or being able to have that sense of recognition in terms of what it is I keep hearing not only what it is we're trying to do, but the best way it is that we're trying to do it. Animal spirit guide on this reading right now. Yeah, especially with the hawk energy. Like the hawk energy is effectively articulating upon, I keep hearing the hawk energy is effectively being able to articulate upon how we effectively build into healthy clarity. There's something there that I'm seeing that is almost like the expressed ability to effectively articulate or to have one's ability to communicate in a way that's even greater than the way that one found it. And so I keep on hearing, like, continue to do that work to energetically, like, I feel like this is you, like perfecting or working through some kind of plan or going over something, like going over something with like a fine tooth comb in order to make sure that it's energetically perfect is what I keep on seeing. Yeah. You're welcome, dear. Excellent. You're welcome, Nikki. Yeah, the list is open. Honey, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. Thank you, dear. Oh, thank you. So all you do to become a superfan is you hit that button at the bottom of the screen and your superfan status will make you eligible for that one card. And thank you for that potato, Nikki. I hope you're doing well. All right, my friends, final call right now for anyone who would like a full reading. Just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, final call right now for any of my super fans who would like a card pulled, who have not had a card pulled yet today. We will be back on tomorrow. The potato is our thing. We will be back on tomorrow at our usual time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, all you have to do is head over to my profile. There is a bell there. Activating that bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow via fees, registering directly for the event that's listed on my bio. If you became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only disco channel and introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, February 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the sword suite of court cards. Yeah, Yaz, if you want to get on the list again, I'm happy to get you on the list, dear. And thank you for those gifts, Laura. Appreciate it. Have a beautiful day, Bridget. Okay. All right. And just a reminder, those, if anybody else is on the list, I know exactly. Just a reminder right now, if anybody else is on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list as well, you can do so via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. Yep, I got you, Yaz. Perfect. All right, Yasmin, could you please let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Yaz, could you let me, while we wait for Yaz's question to come through, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. We will do that again after the next reading. Thank you guys for participating. And I'm just going to pull up Yaz's question now. All right. Overview of 2026, year ahead. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages. And 2 more. And 1 more, please. So I feel like I see something very energetically important, particularly and especially in relationality to effectively identifying, like, I feel like this is you really, really focusing, right? This feels like the year where I see you getting really, really energetically invested on a particular path work. And everything I feel like, and in a way, like one of the things that we're articulating about is this is a continuation of the reading that we just did, is what I keep on seeing here. And there's something I'm identifying here that feels like it's really important because, and I want to define this as, it's giving me the type of energy of working through something in a way that you effectively recognize the difference between something that feels like it is energetically important versus something that feels like an energetic distraction, is what I keep on getting. And I think that there's something very important there, specifically and particularly as it relates to the modality by which we are energetically clear on our intentions. And a lot of that work that I effectively see that you're facilitating is the ability, like I keep on saying, It's the ability to effectively amplify or articulate the full shape of one's own energetic meaning upon something. And that's what I meant in relationality to the reading that we spoke about with you, kind of like, I almost see, like, I want to describe this, right? Like, I see some kind of situation of you moving, like, I see this situation of you effectively, like, utilizing this year to, like, dip, I keep wondering, like, dip your toe in different energetic streams, as it were. And what is the viability point of you dipping your toe in different streams? Like, I almost recognize and identify that moment or that perception by which you're able to effectively gravitate or unify upon something in such a way that, and I keep wondering, you dip your toe in different streams to be able to find your own flow state, is what I keep on seeing, right? So I think that it's interesting because I almost see the modality by which, like, this year, like, and I would almost say, like, and I keep on hearing, this is you effectively, like, I keep on hearing, like, working. And remember when I said that I saw some of that frog energy there? Like, it's almost saying to me, like, and I want to point this out because I think that this is going to be really, really important, because there's going to be energy that misperceives. There's going to be energy that misperceives what you're doing. And you can't allow their misperception to have an energetic impact on you. Because I see a situation by which you are effectively moving in different ways. Like, you're bopping around here, you're bopping around there. And I see energy almost articulating to you throughout the duration of the whole year that you yourself don't feel like you can stay energetically focused or fixated on something. But this is why I see that this is the effective change that we see that is being navigated. Because the modality by which, right, like, others are going to see you moving around, but what you're really doing is you're energetically interconnecting. You're energetically interconnecting. And the modality by which you recognize that you're energetically interconnecting is the modality by which what may be feeling incomprehensible, right? What may be feeling incomprehensible to another is going to feel very energetically sensible to you, because I keep on getting that the modality or the experience, right, that you are working through, right? And this is what I keep on identifying. The modality or the experience by which you yourself are working through something in such a way that you're able to effectively identify or recognize a different way of doing something. I feel like that is the modality by which you yourself are articulating upon it. But I feel like it's hard because I almost feel like I've got this, like, energy that you're going to have to navigate in relationality to others energetically misperceiving you as being all over the place, is what I keep on getting. And so I want you to be very conscientious about that, because I keep on seeing, like, I keep on seeing, like I see you navigating something with, like, very, like, I want to describe this, like, and I keep on hearing, like, taking a very broad stroke approach to something is what I keep on seeing. And this is why I keep on getting, like, the modality by which you take a broad stroke is the modality by which you don't, like, the modality by which you don't energetically interrupt a masterpiece is what I keep on seeing. So the modality by which I see you trying to take some, like, broad stroke approach to something, and others trying to make you feel energetically uncertain or unconfident about yourself, specifically and particularly, and, like, throwing their own doubt on you, is what I keep on seeing. I just keep on identifying, like, the work that you're going to effectively have to facilitate is saying, like I almost hear you saying to me, like, watch me work, right? Like you almost going, like, watch me work, which is the modality of, again, like, the space by which you do something in like a very, like, in a way that feels very confusing to another, but in a way feels very reasonable to you, is what I keep on seeing. And that is what I meant in relationality to you kind of coming into the space of being able to identify or recognize doing something, like, I keep on hearing, like, doing something in a greater fashion, because it's like you're working in the space of being eclectic and also simultaneously and similarly interconnected. So those I feel like are going to be your two words of power moving through this year. It's like eclectic and interconnected, because I see you kind of working through that in such a way that you're able to effectively articulate upon what it is that you yourself are energetically seeking. And at the same time, like inuring yourself, right? Like inuring yourself to others' energetic opinions in relationality to you doing it the way that you know feels energetically right for you. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, particularly and especially with the Two of Cups in its reversal. Like the Two of Cups in its reversal is, I feel like it's a continuation of working through, right? I feel like this is a continuation of working through some kind of energetic circumstance or situation by which another person tries to articulate upon, like tries to articulate upon the state or the space by which we ourselves are able to effectively, like the way that we are effectively able to do something in a greater way. And I feel like that is the hard part about some of that energy that I see you working through. Because I almost feel like I almost see this circumstance or situation by which, right, like I keep on hearing the same message, which is like you effectively working into the context of finding something, working in a way that works, that like finding something in a way that feels like it works energetically right for you. And I keep on getting that a lot of that work, right? Like I almost see that there's like a little bit of this work that you have to do in that, in terms of like keeping, I keep on hearing like keeping a healthy energetic distance, right? Like keeping a healthy energetic distance in relationality to what feels like, I keep wondering like what feels that it, like what feels like like what feels like it works for you versus like somebody trying to like someone trying to energetically collaborate with you. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's a lot of work I see in terms of you articulating or building into those healthy standards. And what I like about it is, like, I keep on hearing, like, it's you kind of going through that path work of like, I keep on hearing, like, like, learning enough, like, learning and working through, but also, like, I keep on hearing, like, learning and working through, but also, like, keeping some kind of, like, like, I feel like it's like you keeping some kind of energetic, like, I keep on hearing, like, the space by which you work through, um, like, the word that keeps on coming through is effectively, um, like, impartial is what I keep on getting. And the impartiality that I see is effectively the ability that's allowing you to learn more, because it's the modality by which you're working towards, like the space by which you're building into impartial, that allows you to effectively identify and recognize the way that you yourself are working upon doing something, is all I keep on seeing, right? Like there's a lot of that. I feel like there's a lot of that space by which, like, you're learning to be, like, you're taking more holistic approaches to being more energetically impartial. But I keep on getting that the impartiality that you're bringing to things is helping you find that energetic balance point. So continue, I keep on continuing to do that work. Like, I keep on seeing it's not necessarily easy, but it feels like, I keep on getting like it feels a little bit like you know, it's like it almost feels a little bit like having to like identify and be very clear, meaning like this is how I can help, and this is what I can do, and this is what I can't do, is what I keep on saying. So it's you kind of getting better at being able to articulate upon, like, your energetic limitation as it relates to what you're able to effectively give, because I feel like that's you also doing work to make sure that you're taking good care of yourself, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, as. And I feel like the bright side about this is, like, I almost feel like you come out of this year like I see you coming out of this year with like a lot of like, I feel like it's almost like the year, this is like a building year for you that almost allows you to kind of like understand or recognize like what that like what your energetic platform is or what it is you're trying to do in a better way. Like there's a lot of that. I keep on getting like there's a lot of that energetic preparation that then's allowing you, like I keep wondering like something that's going to really take off in the context of you being able to like understand, like understanding your own sense of personal practice is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much, Yaz, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, just reading over. Perfect. And Amoros, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Adam. That resonated for me too. That feels validating. I do feel like people tend to misperceive me as being all over the place. Yes, broad brushstroke is so accurate. Eclectic and interconnected. 2 of Wands for the previous reading and 2 of Cups for this one. Under the deck card. Very good point. And thank you, Betty, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Staying impartial makes sense. Yeah, basically setting boundaries. T, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. Understanding my own sense of personal practice. Love this. You're so welcome, Yaz. And thank you for the follow, T. All right, my friends, final call right now for anyone who has not had a card, anyone who would like a full reading, who has, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also at 23.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And also final call right now for any of my super fans who have not had a card pulled, who would like a card pulled. If you would like to become a subscriber, you become a super fan, and that super fan status will make you eligible for a 1 card. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at our standard time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified when I've gone live, all you need to do is head over to my profile. There is a bell there. Activating that bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. If you became a super fan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our super fan only disco channel. There you will find a special coupon code that will give you a discount in the perk section to our tarot class subscription program. Taryn, thank you for getting on the list today. If you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question that you would like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, you'll be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. And thank you for the follow, Chris. And thank you, T, for the follow. I've got you, Taryn. I'm going to pin you up here. We're doing a general reading for the next 6 months. Got you. Can I get 3 cards, please? 3 cards, please. Highest party messages. And 1 more, please. Oh, and we've got a transverse. So something that we're energetically seeing here, particularly and especially in relationality to the next 6 months, like I feel like I see some kind of modality or experience by which one is able to recognize or identify. Um, like it feels very much like I see you very, very focused upon. I don't know if there's some kind of education path work here, but it feels very, very energetically dedicated, particularly and especially in relationality to moving towards something. But I keep wondering, moving towards something um, in a space that almost allows the context of like deep, like I keep on hearing like invested energetic healing. And the hard part about that too is like I almost see you working through something in such a way that um like I keep on getting like there's some kind of energetic baseline here. And the baseline that I'm identifying is effectively working into the context of being able to effectively um it's hard because like I feel like there's something really energetically important about um like I almost see you looking at something and feeling like some kind of weight, like the observation of feeling like you misunderstood something or you misperceived something or you got something energetically wrong is what I keep on getting, you know? Like and it's funny too, because I keep on hearing the same messages coming through, which is saying um like I was wrong is a song. And the reason I keep on hearing like I was wrong is a song because and I need to describe this. The space, like this is what I mean in terms of like the amplification of doing a lot of deep inner child healing, right? Like the modality by which we recognize that there's something that we energetically missed is a gift because when we recognize that we've energetically missed something, then it allows like I feel like it's like it almost like I feel like it's like the space by which you're like I've got to go back to the beginning. I got to relook at everything. like I was feeling like have to, I have to go back the whole time. Like it's giving me that type of energy. Like it's like the whole time, Like it's like that. And so I feel like there's something important about that because there's something about, and I think it has to do with you coming into like some space by which you're perceiving something in a way that you never perceived it before, right? And that's what happens. Like that's what happens when we open perceptual doors. Like the beautiful thing about opening a perceptual door is being like, oh my God, like the perceptual door is opened. Oh boy, the perceptual door is opened. Now what? And when we open a perceptual door, we have to re-explore things, right? Like when we open perceptual doors, we have to re-explore things with the perception by which we're effectively navigating them. And in that way, I keep on hearing it feels exciting, even though, like I keep on hearing it feels exciting, even though it feels frustrating, is what I keep on seeing. It's like I see you kind of like, I don't know if you wear glasses, but I just see somebody going like this because it's like, oh, ooh, like you know what I mean? So it's like it's a little bit of that back and forth, which is like the space by which like the perceptual door is open, but then it requires you to be able to have to re-explore something that you are like done with. It's like you're like, no, no, I don't like that. Oh no, I have to bring it back because the perceptual door is open and I might have missed something there. Is what I keep on seeing. So I want you to, and that's what I mean, right? Like that is effectively like the gift that I see that you're navigating to a certain extent, which is like, and I feel like in a way, it's like having to like, it's having to effectively forgive, like it's having to effectively forgive a version of the self. And I got confirmation, like, and it feels like in a way, I also see like you're connecting with your guides this year to a big deal, like in a big way as well. Because I got a lot of confirmation. You know, I think in that way, like, and I want to point out, like, like, and I want to describe this, like, recognition of past limitations is a gift because that's the sound of wisdom coming in. So allowing those modalities or experiences by which you're recognizing or identifying, like the state or space by which you yourself are able to navigate something, but navigating something in a way that I feel like in a way it feels beautiful because I just keep on seeing that observation of kind of it allows you to explore. I feel like it's allowing you to explore something that you had given up on, is what I keep on hearing. And that's what I think is really beautiful about it. Because I almost see you saying like, oh, I have to perceive that, I have to meet this again, but with like the new eyes of understanding. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, chariot energy. You know? I feel like it's a lot of feelings coming up. I feel like there's a lot of those, like, I feel like there's a lot of those feelings um, that potentially, like, I feel like there's a lot of those feelings that potentially arrive, particularly and especially as it relates to, like, and I want to describe this, like, holding the past version of the self gently is the ability to understand that like the continuation of an energetic journey is one that perpetually allows us the point of being able to energetically expand further upon it. And so I feel like I see a lot of that. I feel like I see a lot of that energy there because like a lot of the shape that I see that is working through is like I feel like it's you becoming much more invested in path work, and like the space by which we understand path work is being able to like come into the space of identifying like what that path looks like, or how one is able to effectively navigate or articulate upon it, because everything I keep on seeing there, like it feels like it feels like an active conversation, but I keep on getting it's not just an active conversation. It feels like you also coming into connection with those that like perceive things in the same way that you yourself do. So it feels like there's a little bit of that work that I see that you're navigating. Like it may feel like I feel like that this the next 6 months could feel like lonely is what I keep on getting. But even in the space by which you're navigating through any of those feelings, like I keep wondering, like, this is the sound of you kind of finding like what feels energetically right for you. I want to thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 25.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. You're so welcome, Yaz. NT, thank you for the follow. Exactly. I got it. To work on figuring, okay, thank you. I'm very focused. I quit my job in June to work on figuring out my space. Yeah, I was seeing that heavily in the cards. I don't know what I should be doing or where I'm going, but that really resonates. And I feel like, again, like I keep on seeing, like it almost feels like something that you return back to with a fresh sense of like of eyes. Like, you know what I mean? Like it feels like I see you like picking up something that you would, I feel like it's almost like you picking up something that you've given up, that you had given up on because you're seeing it in an entirely different way. Yeah, I hope that helps. You're so welcome, dear. Sending you support on that journey. I know working through that path work is never easy. All right, we're going to continue right now. Final call for anyone who would like a full reading today. Just a reminder, it's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards. Oh, thank you, Nikki, for getting on the list. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And Nikki, before we continue right now with Nikki, well, this card wants to stay. I can't pick it up, so that's obviously a card that's included. Before we continue right now, I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, Nikki. Look at you go. All right. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And we're also at 26.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And I swear, well, I always like to point this out. I think there's nothing better than when we're about to start a reading and the person who's about to get the reading gets that correct. Exactly. All right, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer, dear? And just a reminder for anyone who'd like to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, I'm going to pin up Nikki's question here. We're doing a mind, body, spirit reading. All right. Thank you. Okay. You know, I feel like there's something, really energetically, like there's something important that I see that you're working through right now. As it relates to, like, I keep on, and it's interesting. I know that you want, I know, I can feel the fact that you want a mind, body, spirit reading. But it's interesting because, like, the mind, body, spirit reading is returning back to a work-life balance, is what I keep on getting. Right? Like, it just feels like it's almost like that, like like, it's like I keep on going like mind, body, spirit, and it's just going work-life balance. I'm like mind, body, spirit, and it's going work-life balance. And I think that a lot of that, you know, I keep on getting the same message that I see that's coming through, because I almost feel like there might be some energetic, I feel like there might be some kind of energetic pressure upon you right now in relationality to others, trying to be prescriptive in relationality to what that path work is. But I keep on hearing the same message coming through upon something, which is when you, it's interesting, when you love what you do, right? When you love what you do, when you genuinely love what you do, you never work a day in your life, is all I keep on hearing, you know? And that's interesting too, because, like, that's what I keep on getting in relationality to, like, in relationality to the, like, in relationality to the bull energy that we saw that was coming through prior to this, because I feel like, in a way, right, like, I feel like that's the hard part, because like, it almost feels, it's like I see you trying to work through, like, it feels to me like this is you um, taking, like, I feel like this is you kind of like trying to find like something that brings you energetic joy, even in the capacity by which you're doing it. And I almost feel like the hard part about this is like you effectively navigating energy outside of self that says like, you know, like if it's not hard, it's not work, right? Like I keep on explaining, if it's not hard, it's not work. And you saying if it's joy, then it's not work because you're doing it because you're doing it from a space of energetic, like you're doing it because you like to do it. Um, and so I think it's interesting because like I almost see you like focusing upon or investing upon um, some kind of energetic path work that allows you, like I almost see you kind of like working through the space of um, like identifying and recognizing some kind of space that allows you to do something. But I keep wondering, doing something on your timeline or doing something the way that you yourself would prefer to do it. And I keep on getting that a lot of that energy that I'm seeing there, it feels like an energetic uplift. But I keep on getting the reason that it feels like an uplift is specifically and particularly because I just keep on identifying that there's some kind of situation or circumstance by which you yourself are articulating, like you yourself are articulating upon um like what it is that and I think that it's hard because like one of the things I keep on seeing that you are working through has to do um like and I just keep on seeing this right now, like I want to keep on getting like the sound of you, and I just want you to recognize this, the sound of you prioritizing yourself is going to meet, like inevitably going to meet the energy of another person that potentially tries to articulate that you're letting them down. And I want to be clear upon something. If you are doing, right, if you are doing nothing but building into the space, like, and it's interesting too, because it does feel like a guide coming through on this. If you are not asking anything from anyone, if you are in the space of standing on your own 2 feet, and it's funny because you've got like a guide intervening on the mind, body, spirit reading, then nobody can tell you, nobody can say that you're letting them down, is what I keep on hearing. Because the modality by which we build into, I keep hearing the modality by which we build into the sense of supporting each other is the space by which when we see each other doing what we need to do to energetically support ourselves, then the only sound we should hear is resounding applause, right? And I feel like it's hard because I almost feel like you're going through a maturation cycle. And the hard part with the maturation cycle is often amplified and articulated upon the space by which we identify and recognize what it is that we could be doing better, but in a way that is energetically proportional to what it is that we're trying to accomplish. So I feel like that is a lot of the work that I see that you're navigating, but it's hard, right? Because I feel like in a way you're getting better, right? You're getting better at navigating like others, like you're getting better at navigating others' hard stairs, right? Right. And I keep on getting hard stairs ask you to climb harder, is what I keep on getting, right? Hard stairs ask you to climb harder. But the modality, I keep on hearing the modality by which we recognize and identify or we work through something in a way that feels like it's energetically proportional. I keep on hearing the same message, proportional, not contortional. right? Proportional, not contortional, which is the modality by which you work to energetically resolve something, but in a way by which you allow the context by which it feels energetically normal to do so. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, particularly and especially as it relates, like particularly and especially as it relates to a lot of that, like a lot of that Two of Wands energy that we're seeing there. I keep on getting a lot of that Two of Wands energy. And it's funny too, because my hands are like this, right? Like, and the reason I keep on seeing, right? Like the reason I keep on seeing one's hands like this is like, I can literally see you being like saying to someone, this is what's happening, right? Like, and I keep on getting like the space by which you say, like, this is what's happening is like the amplification of being able to say to another, like, let's be clear, right? Like, and that's what I keep on hearing, like, the gift that you bring to situations is your own sense of clarity. So the modality by which another, I keep on hearing, like, the modality by which I feel like you're going through this moment right now where you're having to navigate a lot of energy's distorted reality, right? And distorted reality is often the amplification of another person's false projections. So the modality by which you're navigating something from a place by which it feels energetically stabilized, right? And the modality by which another person tries to give you like the false perception of what they see, and you being able to say, like, this is what reality is. Like, this is the energetic reality is effectively the space by which I feel like you're doing a lot of work to help another person not get it twisted, right? And the space by which another person I keep wondering, like, the space by which another person gets it twisted is often the space by which you recognize that another person is like going through, right? They're going through the modality or experience by which they themselves are not seeing clearly. So like the space by which you say to someone, like this, let's be clear. Like, I feel like this is what I keep on hearing with these hands like this, being like, this is the clarity. Like, this is the clarity of a situation. And I keep on hearing like, trust your, trust your clarity to navigate, like, trust your clarity to navigate another person's false polarity is all I keep on hearing, right? Trust your clarity to navigate another's false polarity, which is almost the space by which if another person, and this is what we keep on getting, if another person has decided, has decided their energetic view upon something, a polarized opinion, right? This is the problem with a polarized opinion. A polarized opinion does not see anything, right? Because the polarized opinion can often create the space by which another person just wants to see, right? They just want to see what they want to see. And the modality by which another person tries to articulate their polarized opinion on us is often the space by which we have to meet it with clarity, right? The modality by which one says, like, let's be clear, like, let's get our energetic facts straight. So I feel like, in a way, like, I almost see you having to say to another person, like, I understand your view, but your view is distorted, right? Like, I understand your view. Like, I understand that that's your view, but I also can recognize, I can hold your view, but I can also understand that your view is profoundly distorted, particularly and especially in relationality to how you desire to perceive something. So that's why I keep on seeing, like, there's a little bit of this energy that feels like, right? Like, there's a little bit of this energy that feels like a little bit of this hands on the hips kind of space. Because I feel like that space by which you're putting your hands on your hips is you saying, like, I'm not going to put up with that polarized opinion anymore, right? Like, I feel like that's the space by which you're, like, kind of, like, working through. Um, I keep on hearing, like, that's the space by which you're almost articulating to another person that, like, I keep on hearing, like adulthood means that you are allowed to make your own decisions, and a lot of that energy that I'm effectively identifying there, like, almost feels like a clarification point in relationality to you expressing your frustration in relationality to another's polarized opinion. But I keep on hearing, not going too far out of the way, right? Not going too far out of the way to energetically correct for it is what I keep on seeing. You know, like it's like I feel like that's the space by which you see, say, like you almost saying, well, like you know, like that's your opinion, but it's also like I almost see you saying like that's your opinion. It's also wrong. It's also wrong, right? Like that's your opinion. It's also very wrong, but it's okay. You can have that wrong opinion on something because I like to point out the space by which another person can articulate upon it is often the space by which, like I keep on saying, like the space by which we amplify or articulate and communicate in such a way, right? Like I feel like it's a further communication on building into healthy intention, and I keep on getting building into healthy intention. um, and I like to point this out, right? Like, this is why we're always very attentive when someone's perpetually projecting something on us. Because the modality by which another person often projects on us is the space by which they tell on themselves, right? Like, often, this is what we recognize the space by which another person is constantly projecting on us is often the space by which they themselves are telling on themselves. So, the modality by which you say, it's very interesting you have that view, right? Because I see you almost saying to someone, it's very interesting you have that view, because what you're really saying to them is, I see you, right? Like, I see that that's your opinion because that's how you would energetically perceive something, right? Like the modality by which we recognize and identify that. And that's why I keep on hearing the difference between, right? The difference between a healthy view is that a healthy view has facts attached to it. So the healthy view that has facts attached to it, as opposed to the faulty view that one holds on to because it feels energetically indulgent to hold on to it. But often you can tell the faulty view because it usually tells a lot of about another in the context of them expanding or speaking upon it, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like that it's hard because I almost see you kind of like working into the space of, like, I keep wondering, like, going, like, helping another person through something, but not in the space by which you're articulating, like trying to do the impossible, right? And I like to point this out. Healthy emotions have directions attached to them. Healthy emotions have directions attached to them. And the modality by which someone is expressing emotions to us without directions, that's their responsibility, not ours. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Absolutely. And just reading over the comments, dear. Yeah. My mom especially. That's like not a really that's sending you support there. Yeah. Well, and that's what I mean in terms of, like, I keep on hearing, like, that's what I mean in terms of energy. Like, I keep on hearing, um, like the space by which another person articulates that something isn't real is often the space by which you say, like, well, that's because you're trapped, like you're caught in the past, right? Like like, I need to point this out. Like, the space by which another person says that's not a real thing is often the space by which another person tells on themselves and says, I'm caught in the past. That doesn't exist. And being like, it does exist. Like, it is a thing. You just don't know what it is what I keep on hearing. Yeah. I feel like I'm finally getting over leaving my past. Yes, exactly. Right. Probably. Yeah. I've been stressed it out because I've been redoing. Oh, exactly. Oh, that's exciting though. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, this was, yeah, I might get on again. No problem, dear. Sneezing is good though. Yeah. And eclectically, thank you for the follow, dear. Yeah, the polarizing. Hi there. How are you doing today, Poppy? We're all allowed to have our opinions, but yours is wrong. Exactly. Yeah, but sending you guys support on that journey. I like that. People's views are often more representative of who they are than the object's nature. Beautifully stated. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. All right, friends. Final call right now for anyone who has not had a card pulled today. If you are a subscriber who has not had a card pulled, please go ahead and put your question in the comments. Or if you would like a full reading, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Yes, Ava, if you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to do a reading for you today. Excellent. All right, so if we're waiting for Ava's question, Ava, just confirm if you're getting on the list, and if so, I'll get started on another intuition check. In the meantime, we're also at 33K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. And thank you so much for those lightning bolts, Ivana. All right, Ava, I've got you on the list. Could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right, and while we wait for Ava's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the frog. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. And Ava, I've got you here. Could we do a read on them? All right. I got it. Okay. Got it. So we can do we'll do a reading on that energy to see where they are. And again, we don't put our autonomy in the cards in relationality to making decisions, but we can do an energetic read on that individual to see how they themselves are feeling. Okay. Yep, I got you. Just the energy around it. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. 2 more, please. I see somebody. I see somebody working through an energetic path work of deep recovery is what I keep on seeing. I'm like, This energy is like, it's hard to read upon because, um, to a certain extent, I feel like I'm seeing some kind of situation or circumstance by which, like, I see somebody working very hard to try to build a healthy sense of balance into their own experience. And everything I see in relationality to, um, building that sense of balance or proportionality into something, it feels very much like it feels very much like energy that I feel like I see somebody that's saying, I'm working really hard not to get carried away with things, is what I keep on seeing. And what do I mean by like somebody who's like working on not getting carried away with things? I feel like this is somebody who has often identified that over emotionality, right? The ability by which we work through over emotionality is often, and I just, I like the thing I keep on hearing with like over emotionality is, and I think it's interesting because, um, it's the observation or the recognition, um, that we often work through, um, particularly and especially in relationality to, I keep on seeing, like, and I feel like the message that I see surrounding something is, um, the way that we build into like healthy energetic connection is being able to identify like what we put into it. And I feel like this is someone who, um, has gotten carried away with things in the past, which is like I keep on hearing, you know, like too much of a like it's almost saying to me like, how do I describe this? Like sometimes like a good thing is a good thing, but too much of a good thing ruins a good thing, is all I keep on hearing. Like that is the message. Like that is the message that I almost see that somebody is working through. Like a good thing is a good thing, but too much of a good thing becomes a bad thing really quickly. And so I feel like this is someone who has made like a lot of changes. Like I'm seeing here a lot of changes, not only in relationality to how they see the world. I almost feel like this is somebody I'm seeing here. Like I'm almost seeing some kind of energy of someone who's like finding like some heavy faith, you know? Like this is feeling like someone who like it's gotten awful spiritual in here. Is what I keep on hearing, you know? And I keep on hearing like a lot of that, like a lot of I keep on getting a lot of that spirituality that I see that they're connecting to is, like I feel like to a certain extent it's it's helping them. Like I almost feel like it's helping them, um, like it's helping them connect and address to something in a way that they haven't before, right? Like there's a lot of empathy. Like I feel like there's a lot of empathy I'm seeing in relationality to another person's point of perspective or perception. And so I need to point this out. You know, if there is something about this energy that is, like, if there's something about this energy that is being very careful. You know, I feel like they're very, very conscientious in relationality to who they allow close to them, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like this is some energy who has who has been hurt before, particularly and especially um, in relationality to. I keep wondering, like in relationality to, and it's interesting too because it's almost like I feel like it's not even the energy that says they've been hurt before. I hear the energy going, I see how I've hurt myself before. Like that's the thing that I keep on seeing. Like that's the shift that I see another person is navigating in relationality to their own sense of perception. Like they're going through the space of going, I see the way that I've hurt myself before. And the reason I keep on hearing them saying, like, I see the way I've hurt myself before is the observation of them kind of seeing some kind of modality or experience in the past by which they had some kind of capacity to like self-sabotage or to, like I said, to I keep wondering move do something in a way by which they weren't being energetically conscientious about those around the self. So I feel like there's a lot of that energy that I see that's happening there. And even in the modality of that, like especially with this, like especially with the Knight of Wands in its reversal, um, I keep on identifying that there's something really energetic important there. You know? I keep on hearing someone saying like I was on the wrong path, right? And why do I see like I want to describe like the space by which another person like speaks like says that is like I feel like there is something I see that this individual is working through by which like it almost feels to me like somebody who didn't like didn't believe in something until it was put before them is what I'm identifying, right? Like some kind of modality or experience by which like they themselves like I always like to point this out too, like as it relates like I keep on hearing like good spirituality like doesn't require our belief to persist is what I keep on hearing. you know it doesn't matter if you believe in spirituality believes in you is what I keep on getting. And I feel like it's almost like the type of energy, like I keep on getting that kind of message that was coming through in relationality to another person's path work, which is like the space by which like I feel like it's a space by which another person like tried to avoid like spirituality. And I come to see like this is what we talk about like in answering the call. Like it doesn't matter if you believe in spirituality believes in you. Which is the modality and the experience by which this energy like often has that tendency of wanting to give up on themselves and like their spirit teams just like nope like, like no no, come on, we can do this. So I feel like I feel like in a way this energy is like they're getting better at not like talking down upon themselves is what I keep on seeing, right? It's giving me a lot of this energy that is working on like trusting. I keep wondering like trusting the energetic process or trusting their own intentions, right? And I feel like a lot of that, like I keep wondering if this energy is like not, if this energy is like a little conservative in relationality to communicating. I feel like I keep on hearing they're conservative because and that's why if this is the same energy I'm reading, I keep on hearing somebody say like they desperately need a good friend. You know what I mean? And what do I keep on hearing in terms of like desperately need a good friend, which is um, it's almost like the energy that says like I feel like they're going through the isolation of an experience by which they're learning to trust again, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list The list is open. You'll be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yeah. Oh man, Nikki. Oh, I don't know that show. Yeah. Hold on, Ava. It's so interesting because his rings are aligned with my divine counterpart, but they just might be going through the same path work. Well, it's interesting that I know you meant to write path work, but you wrote patchwork, right? So like I definitely feel like there's something about this energy being in alignment to you, right? I feel like the hard part has to do with like the distance. You know, I don't know where this person is locationally. You're so welcome, Ava. Thank you for having that reading with me and sending you support on that journey. Final call right now for anyone who would like a full reading. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Okay, please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for, that is pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, final call right now for any of my super fans who have not had a card pulled today, who would like a card pulled. Your super fan status makes you eligible for a 1 card. And if you want to become a super fan, you can go ahead and hit that button at the bottom of the screen and you'll be added to the collective. If you became a super fan today, I would encourage you to join us over on our subscriber only disco channel. You can find it there. If you just message me a disco gift, I'll be happy to send you that invitation. Also in the disco, you'll find in the perk section, a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. That is, our next class is going to be on Thursday, February 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with an exploration on the sword suite. Sue, okay, hold on a moment. Let me just confirm. 11:20. Hold on a minute. Let me just double check for you, dear. Can you please, yes, hold on a minute. Yeah, I've got you, dear. You won the 50K. I'm happy to honor that reading today if you'd like to have it. Thank you for coming back. Can you let me know if you would like a general or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer? You're welcome. Absolutely. Okay, before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the horse. Thank you. We'll do it again after the next reading. And good to see you today, Seekers of the Divine. Hope you're having a beautiful day over on the place where we keep the videos. Excellent. We're doing a general right now for love. Guys, I'm going to pin up love there. Make sure to give love some love. Can I please get 3 cards, please? 3 cards, please. Thank you. So I feel like I see, like, I feel like I see something right now in relationality to kind of like working through um, some like I feel keep on seeing like working through some kind of like working through some kind of modality or opportunity that allows one to be able to build into the context of a healthy energetic perspective. And, you know, one of the things that I feel like we're identifying there, um, like I feel like one of the things that we're effectively identifying there um, has to do, like I keep on saying, like it has to do with um, like it's saying to me like one thing at a time type of energy, if you know what I mean, which is almost like I see some kind of situation by which you're working through something in a proportional fashion. And like the space by which I'm identifying it, um, you know, I feel like there's something like the message that's coming through on it is I want to describe it something that like it's saying to me like sometimes something that hurts us helps us is the message that's coming through upon something like that is I know how and I need to I want to clarify on it to a certain degree because like how do I describe this best, you know, sometimes like I keep on hearing like working into like I want to describe this working into the space by which we energetically see something like is a gift, right? And I feel like that's the hard part that I'm effectively identifying around something, which is like, you know, like it almost it's like it almost gives it's like helping another person like see something in a way of trying to articulate. And I feel like it's almost you trying to say it like in a gentle way to them, being like, look, like I didn't articulate something. Like I didn't articulate something for the space of hurting, but trying to energetically show you, right? Like that's what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that modality, um, like it's like and I want to point this out. Healthy energy recognizes that. You know, like that's the message. Like that's the message that comes through in relationality to like navigating another's well intentions is what I keep on hearing. You know, like it almost feels to me like and I need to describe this like the space by which like it is I'll put it this way. It is a gift to bring things to each other's attention even if the view is hard. Okay, I'm going to say that again. It is a gift to bring things to each other's attention, even if the view is hard, because that is the shape of love, right? The shape of love is the amplification of being able to tolerate like painful perspectives. It's the ability to be able to see something in a way that allows for the ability to effectively articulate and define upon it further. So I feel like that's the effective message that I see that's coming through. And I feel like even working through the distortions of another person's perspective, right? Like the ability to effectively navigate or articulate or define or refine upon something is the space. Like I keep wondering, when we see something hard, it's a blessing because we can effectively do something better, right? It's the modality by which, like I keep on hearing, like the space by which we can navigate, like the space by which we can effectively navigate working through something difficult is often the space where everything can begin, right? Because it's not like I keep on hearing a healthy spiritual view in any context is not about avoiding things, right? There is nothing spiritual. Like, there's nothing spiritual about this, is what I keep on hearing. there's there's nothing energetically spiritual about this, is what I keep on seeing, right? But the modality by which we're able to effectively, like understand or recognize, like the work that we're effectively internalizing. Like, I keep on hearing, like, the message I keep on hearing from your guides is, even in this, a blessing, right? And I know, like, I know that that's difficult, and I know that that's painful, because, and I need to point this out, when we are well intentioned, right? When we are well intentioned, others can see, like, the force of our intention, if they have the ability to see it. And so I feel like that's the modality by which you have to kind of navigate or work through something. And I keep on hearing, like, even in the space, like, even in the space by which you yourself are, like, working through that, like, it almost articulates to me, like, I almost see, like, in the space by which, like, and it's funny because I use the word, like, me, because in the space by which I hear me, it's not you. It's like it's like I feel like it's you kind of trying to navigate through, right? It's like almost you trying to help another person, like like see something. You know what I mean? Like, I keep on hearing, like, see something. Um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the chariot, right? Especially with the chariot in its upright. You know, I need to point out, um, everything's harder when we care. You know, everything's harder. Everything's harder when we care, right? Because, like, it's like when you, like, when it's hard, we work harder, right? It's complicated. Like, it's a lot of that, like, it's a lot of that force of intention that often feels like it's like the space by which, like, and I like to point this out, like, when we care about others, we go out of our way for others in ways that, like others can't even recognize or identify, right? The space by which we go out of the space by which we go out of our way to help one another is often profound. And I like to point this out, like, the space by which we do that work can often feel like, it can feel thankless, but it's not, right? Because anything we do, right, anything that we do that makes something better, is like, that is the gift that we bring to things. And so even in the modality by which we work through things, like, I feel like that is like, don't get hard on yourself if there's others that are energetically misperceiving you in that way, right? Like, the force of your intention is I like to point this out, like, when we're trying to do our best, we don't need others, to recognize that. Like, we know, like, it's the observation of, and I like to point this out, sometimes the energy doing the best work is often the energy doing the thankless work, right? Because often the space by which we do that, we're not looking, like, it's not about trying to receive something back for it. It's just the space by which we know it's important. Like, it's important because that's where the work needs to go, right? So let the work let the work fortify your own intention, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. There's so many things going on right now. So I'm going to just read over. There are so many things going on right now. It's coming at me from every angle and aspect. But here's the thing, like if that's what's happening, like, you know, like, that's what I mean in terms of, like, like recognizing and identifying, like let the well-intentioned guide the step, you know? Yeah. Grand evening, Estevan. How are you doing? I do feel like that essentially gets in the way sometimes. Well, what aspect of it gets in the way? You know? Yeah. But like, here's the thing about, like, again, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, being able to see other people's perspectives has that tendency. Like, you know what I mean? But that's what's all like but here's the thing about it. Like, it's like recognizing others' perspectives, like it also allows the context by which we're able to effectively, like we move through things, right? Like, and I keep on hearing like, listen, give energy time to process their feelings. Okay? Give energy, give someone time, like let somebody have time to process feelings is what I keep on hearing, Yeah, I do feel that essentially. Absolutely. Yeah. Hi there, Avatar, welcome. And Mike, thank you for the follow. I just always try to be the kindness I would need in a situation. And that's what I mean, right? And if another person can't identify that, like that's our energetic responsibility. Yeah, caring about others' feelings and perspectives, exactly. And thank you again for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on that journey. Yep, I got you. Melissa, one card, please, highest priority. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, the list is open. I've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. And one card, please. You're welcome, dear. Thank you for coming back for your reading. Yeah. So I like there are many, like I feel like, Melissa, I'm seeing that there's something about this that's almost articulating upon like working through something in a way. Like I keep wondering the way, like what works for you and another person does not need to work for everybody, is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like it's almost saying to me, like what works for you and another person does not need to work for everybody. It's the space by which we feel energetically stabilized that allows the context of being able to articulate and define the things that we're trying to do in the best way possible. Bottom of the deck, especially like what's this like like I keep on hearing, like I don't know why I keep on getting this in your reading, but it's saying miserable energy criticizes. I need to point out, miserable energy criticizes, healthy energy critiques, right? Miserable energy criticizes, healthy energy critiques, which is the modality or experience of saying that the ability to always see something wrong, right, is the ability of being able to articulate or amplify like how we can do something better, right? The observation of working through something in a way that allows the ability to effectively, like this is why we communicate, right? Because the ability of effectively communicating is the ability by which we're able to articulate or amplify what it is that we're trying to do in a way that we haven't done it before. Bottom of the animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, especially with this boar energy, like the boar energy is effectively articulating and defining upon things. Like I keep wondering, like in such a way that like it's like sometimes like sometimes we have to put our foot down on things, you know sometimes, like I keep wondering, like sometimes we have to put our energetic, like and I want to point this out. I feel like there's something I'm seeing there, which is like a healthy foot. Like I just keep on hearing, like the space by which we put our foot down is not the space by which we're constantly stomping, which is what I keep on hearing. The space by which, like the space by which we put our foot down is not the space by which we're constantly stomping, which means when we're in the modality of being adaptable, right? When we're in the space of being energetically adaptable, when you know yourself to like when you know that you are adaptable and you put your foot down on something, like trust it. It's like you like trust it. It's okay, right? It's healthy, in fact, to sometimes have those modalities of being like, right? Like, and that's the way you'll know, right? Is if you're not constantly stomping around, if you're like being very conscientious about putting your foot down, like you know you're in a healthy space. So be conscientious about that, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Yes, for anyone asking, these are donation-based readings. So what we do a free collective every day, and then those who are subscribers get free one cards, and then but if you'd like a personal reading, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. Three cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Also, friends, oh, we got to 50K, so I have to do the 50K giveaway. All right, so I am thinking of a number right now. I am thinking of a number right now between, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 42. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that sees it. Here, keep in mind, yep. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Hold on a minute, I gotta back up. Ella, congratulations. You got that 50K. That will be available to you starting tomorrow. And we will do that again if we get to 100K likes today. Thank you guys so much for participating. All right. You're so welcome, dear. All right, final call right now for anyone who would like a full reading. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, for anybody who became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only disco channel to introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. If you are a subscriber who would like access to the disco, just send me a disco gift and I'll send you the invite. If you are not a subscriber but still like access to the class, a special coupon to the class program, I have a smaller coupon I give out during this live. Just message me the word class. And if you would like to learn more about the trip that we have planned for August, just message me the word trip. I want to thank you guys. We will be back on tomorrow at our standard time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. Happy to give you that 1 card ruby, please. This is speaking towards, I feel like this is the modality by which you're going to be coming into alignment. Healthy energy is going to be supportive of your standards, is all I keep on hearing. Yeah, specifically and particularly, like healthy energy is not going to be demanding to you. They're going to understand everything that you've energetically gone through, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, especially with that frog energy. Like it's giving me, it's working into the context of being able to understand. Like healthy energy isn't going to move away from you at the slightest inconvenience. Like healthy energy is going to effectively like work through things with you, is all I keep on seeing. 1 card for Claire on love, please. Yeah, the Fool card in its reversal, which is effectively articulating or identifying, like working through the conversation in terms like, I feel like this, like, I don't know if you're like getting more focused or prioritizing upon something. Like I just see a lot of energy here in relationality to building into the context of, how do I describe this? Like I feel like this is you like trusting your own intuition in relationality to how you're trying to do something. But bottom of the deck on it too, yeah, especially with like the eight of wands is like working into the context of plans or articulating upon what those plans are, or building into the space by which we're able to recognize or identify like what it is that we're trying to do better. So I keep on hearing like continue to continue to continue to build into that framework of being able to articulate upon like speak towards like what you want to bring into being is what I keep on hearing, you know? Yeah, you got to tell it to find it, right? You got to talk about what you want in order to allow those modalities of opportunities to come towards you, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you for those heart me's eclectically. I appreciate you, and thank you for becoming a fan. And thank you as well, Truth, for becoming a fan as well. And thank you for the follow, Truth. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.